Anakin had no choice but to explain everything to Rex about Skywalker's corporation with the droids and the fact that these particular units were under his command. Rex, although clearly uneasy, reluctantly accepted the situation. Still, he kept his distance from the droids. Every time he got near them, it stirred up memories of all the brothers he had lost to the clankers. The pain was still fresh, buried deep beneath the surface. But he kept reminding himself these droids were on their side now. Times had changed, whether he liked it or not. Meanwhile, Anakin made his way through the ship toward the engine room, where Vet was stationed. As he stepped inside, he saw her seated in front of a holo terminal, casually browsing through data. He approached with a curious look. "What are you doing?" Anakin asked, his voice breaking the ambient hum of the ship. Vet turned around, startled she hadn't noticed him enter. She looked at him and said, "Ever heard of Nok Drayan? Pirate? Terrorized the criminal underworld for a few decades." Anakin recognized the name instantly. Even in his own time, Nok Drayan was the stuff of legend, whispered tales carried across the galaxy by deep space pilots, especially the kind who passed through Tatooine's slave ports. "I remember hearing about him," Anakin replied, digging through old memories. "He destroyed the Wrath cartel and took down the Vandalhelm Combine in a massive power grab, didn't he?" "Same guy." Vet grinned, clearly pleased that Anakin knew the story. "Yeah, same guy. Funny to think of him that way, huh? The most feared killer in the galaxy, and he set me free." She leaned back slightly, the flicker of nostalgia crossing her face. "I was still slaving it up for Three Eyes when he crossed Nok. Or maybe Three Eyes just had something Nok wanted I never did ask." Anakin was taken aback. It hadn't fully registered before, but now he realized one of his own crew had been a part of that infamous pirate's legacy. It hit him harder than expected. These people weren't just names and forgotten tales, they were real, and sitting right in front of him. He wanted to know more. "Did any of the gang survive that encounter?" Anakin asked, his tone more serious now. Vet's expression turned flat. "You mean anyone that wasn't owned as property?" "No. They didn't." Still not sure how Nok even got his speeder into the slaver camp. One minute it was clear, next minute it was chaos. He was ruthless, yeah, but not some common thug. He had style like a pirate prince or something. She paused, then added, "He freed all the slaves. Gave them a choice: join up or walk away. That's something." The more Anakin heard about Nok Drayan, the more respect he found himself feeling. It didn't really matter what the man's true motivations had been, the fact he gave people their freedom and a choice was what counted. Of course, Anakin wasn't going to say any of that out loud. He still remembered when Nox had found out about his past, about the chains he once bore. Luckily for him, she had no interest in exposing his secrets. But Vet, she was different. He wanted to tell her. Just not yet. Not now. So instead, Anakin smirked and said, "I assume you saw the opportunity for plunder and seized it." Vet shrugged, a wry smile on her lips. "I wasn't exactly going to wander off on whatever worthless rock we were on. I was the smallest on the crew, and years of mining taught me how to squeeze into tight spots. Nox crew taught me how to steal." She looked down for a second, then continued, her voice softer. "For a long time, I didn't feel bad about stealing. So much had already been taken from me. It just felt like I was taking a little control back." Anakin was starting to understand her more, not just her history, but her mindset. Even a small act, like taking something back, could be a way to reclaim power, a sliver of self-worth in a life where everything else had been stolen. "That's everything," he said quietly. Vet nodded. "Well, it's all ancient history now. Let's get back to it, yeah? And don't worry about your friend Rex, I'll make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. I don't really know what happened to you two out in the unknown regions, but whatever it was, it had to be something big." I think your droids dug up some old ghosts. She gave a soft smile. Anyway, I won't pry. If you ever want to talk, I'm around. Anakin gave her a nod, a quiet acknowledgement of something deeper, and turned to the central holo projector. The device activated, and the holographic image of Darth Baris materialized in the center of the chamber. "Apprentice," Baris intoned, his voice cold and commanding. "I see you are ready to put Bomara behind you. Good. The elimination of Commander Relon secures my spy network, but there is still more to be done. Head to Nar Shaddaa. I will inform you of your next target there." The hologram flickered and then vanished into silence. Anakin moved toward the cockpit, his hands gliding across the controls. With a sequence of practiced motions, he lifted the ship from the surface of Bomara. The engines roared to life, thrumming with power as the vessel ascended into the void. He set a course for Nar Shaddaa. Outside the viewport, the stars stretched into thin white lines as the ship vaulted into hyperspace. Anakin turned to face Quinn, who was busy calibrating systems on the ship. Noticing his attention, Quinn straightened and gave a crisp salute. "My lord," he said formally. "I've settled into my quarters and fully familiarized myself with the ship's systems. I am at your complete disposal." Anakin had already picked up enough about Quinn to know the man preferred to stay busy. Idle hands didn't suit him. "I want you in a constant state of alert, Captain," Anakin ordered, his tone leaving no room for interpretation. "Coordinate with Kalani as needed." "Understood, my lord," Quinn replied, unwavering. "I won't disappoint. I'm fully trained in every aspect of this vessel's operation. I can navigate and pilot it with perfection." Anakin raised an eyebrow, skeptical. That was a bold claim. Only one person held the title of the best pilot in the galaxy, and in Anakin's mind, no one could ever take that from him. "I'll be the judge of that," he said coolly. "Get to your station or rest. It makes no difference to me." "Right away, my lord," Quinn responded without hesitation, already moving with purpose. Time skip. The ship exited hyperspace. Anakin made his way to the holo projector on board, patching through to Baris. Within moments, the flickering blue form of Baris appeared before him. "Ah, apprentice. I see you've landed on Nar Shaddaa," Baris said, his tone tinged with disdain. "It is, I'm afraid, the armpit of the galaxy." In Anakin's mind, this wasn't his first time on the infamous moon. Early in his Jedi career, he had been sent here on a diplomatic mission, one that had dealt directly with the criminal underworld. He doubted much had changed between that time and this new timeline. Nar Shaddaa remained what it always had been, a festering cesspool, the nucleus of scum and villainy in the galaxy. Of course, he couldn't let Baris know that. He feigned confusion, masking his expression behind the cold, emotionless face of his helmet. "Why do you say that?" Anakin asked evenly. Baris' voice dripped with contempt. "Nar Shaddaa is a planet of indulgence and distraction. Gambling, spice, rampant black market dealings, gang warfare, a veritable playground for the corrupt. But you are there for a purpose. One of my spies, Agent Delacan, has turned traitor. Normally, eliminating him would be a minor inconvenience, but he's acquired a powerful ally." Anakin's voice was low and calm. "Tell me his name, so I know what to put on his epitaph." Baris nodded grimly. "Agent Delacan's new benefactor is a young Sith Lord named Rat Harry. An arrogant upstart who openly mocks my methods. He favors brute strength and dramatic shows of power over subtlety and precision. The Dark Council, in their infinite wisdom, has granted him control over all Sith operations on Nar Shaddaa." Anakin's voice sharpened. "What possessed the Council to entrust him with such authority?" Baris exhaled, clearly agitated. "Rat Harry has a talent for ingratiating himself with the Council. They see his effectiveness, not his recklessness. Delacan knows far too much about my inner workings. I cannot allow Rat Harry access to that kind of leverage." I want Rat Harry destroyed. Burn his ambitions to ash. And eliminate Della Khan. Anakin nodded once. It will be done. Baris continued, Holly Drell oversees my slave network on Nar Shaddaa. She's been a loyal asset for years and will be your point of contact. She'll brief you on Rat Harry's movements and current operations. That is all. As the transmission ended, Anakin piloted the ship into Nar Shaddaa's orbit. The familiar sprawl of luxury yachts and floating casino stations littered the skyline as he guided the vessel toward the spaceport. The ship touched down with a low thud. Anakin summoned Vet and Rex to join him. Quinn and Kalani were to remain aboard, handling refueling and resupply. Upon stepping onto the docking platform, Anakin was immediately accosted by a winged alien one who bore a striking resemblance to Watto. The creature flitted toward him, gesturing wildly. What's the big idea, letting your piece of junk sink its struts into my parking space? The alien snapped. Anakin inwardly groaned. Great, one of Watto's species. Always a pain in the ass. His eyes narrowed behind the mask. Is there some kind of problem? Anakin asked coolly. I recall this hangar being reserved for my ship. The alien scoffed. The problem is you're on my landing pad. I've got another ship coming in, and unless you want your junk pile's hull flattened, you'd better move it. Got it. Anakin replied, calm but laced with menace. What other ship? That's none of your business, the alien snapped back. All you need to know is they've got quad lasers, and they won't hesitate to blast your squatters out of the way. Anakin took a long moment of silence before speaking. Then, in a low voice, he said, how about we negotiate? The alien, oblivious to the danger, smirked. Yeah, right. Now you're talkin'. What are you offering? Anakin raised his head slowly, the dark faceplate of Ravan gleaming in the neon glow. His voice dropped like a hammer. Your life. Now scram before I kill you for trying to scam a Sith Lord. The alien paled, wings twitching erratically. He waved his hands frantically. I am sorry. Must have been a misunderstanding, he stammered before bolting away into the crowd. Vet watched him go, smirking. Wow. We're already off to a great start. That's Nar Shaddaa for ye. Rex, unfamiliar with these chaotic encounters, kept a hand on his blaster. I'll stay alert, General. I don't trust any of this. Anakin responded calmly, no need for panic. Just keep your eyes open. The group moved into the lobby, weaving through the bustling crowd of civilians, bounty hunters, and smugglers. A droid rolled up to them, sensors glowing faintly. Designation CN-94, the droid intoned, scanning Anakin. Master equals Imperial Command presence detected. Establishing holographic uplink. A woman appeared, dressed in smuggler garb with a commanding presence. Forgive the unorthodox introduction, she said smoothly. Maro Vijhen, head of special operations for the Imperial Diplomatic Service. I've heard of your reputation, Lord Vader, and I humbly request your assistance in removing a thorn from the Empire's side. A trivial task for someone of your stature, but I want the world to witness your power. Anakin's voice was ice. This world already fears me. But if it's more proof they want, they'll get it. Maro inclined her head. Of course, no disrespect was intended. I was sent here to rally allies, Hutt clans, megacorporations, gang leaders. Most have fallen in line. All but one. Yukabi, local head of the exchange. Anakin's tone darkened. You want me to convince this Yukabi to reconsider? She shook her head. We're well past diplomacy. The exchange is a vast criminal network, spies, slicers, black market tech. They buy what they can and kidnap what they can't. Yukabi tortured and mutilated my envoys. We need to send a message. Anakin's voice was like a blade. And what message would that be? I want his army crushed, his weapon caches emptied, his chemical plants in flames, Maro replied. A show of force so devastating that Nar Shaddaa never dares oppose the Empire again. If you would grant us this favor. Anakin smirked beneath the mask. Why not? It won't take much effort. You shall witness the wrath of Vader, and the fall of the exchange. Maro bowed slightly. It's an honor. The exchange controls the Corellian sector. Your path of destruction begins there. Once the fires are lit, I'll be observing from my command post. I look forward to the chaos. Anakin exited the Nar Shaddaa spaceport and climbed into an airspeeder taking the driver's seat. Rex slid into the passenger side, while Vet settled in the back. The speeder lifted off and surged toward the Corellian sector, weaving through the towering skyscrapers that loomed like shadows against the polluted sky. The city moon resembled a poorer, more corrupt version of Coruscant vices dripping from every corner, crime pulsing through the neon-lit veins of its districts. Now on foot, the trio moved through the upper levels of the Corellian sector. Anakin cut down a side path, heading for a sketchy corner of the sector. He passed through the first blast door, entering a dim corridor lined with rusted, empty slave cages. The air was heavy with old screams and the stench of forgotten pain. Vet looked around with calm indifference. She was used to this by now. So was Anakin, though that didn't mean he had to like it. They passed through the final blast door and entered a shadowy chamber where a red-haired human woman, her ponytail pulled low and neat, was engaged in conversation with three thugs. The lead thug, a grizzled human male, was in the middle of talking, his voice slick with false charm. Sweet talk me all day, darlin'. The exchange is moving in on this operation of yours. No amount of sugar's gonna change that. The redhead's eyes sharpened as she fired back, voice cold and poised. Believe me, you're going to prefer the sugar to the spice. Take one step closer, and you'll find yourself surrounded by 24 Sith. The exchange captain threw his hands up in mock disbelief, laughing. 24? That's a dead giveaway, darlin'. You've got none. Anakin, watching from the side, wouldn't have minded letting her deal with it herself, but he needed the information she carried. He stepped forward, his presence cutting through the tension like a blade. These are your last breathing moments, Holly Drell. Now, what do you say, big shot? The exchange thug grinned cockily. Ha! We've been trained to handle Sith. Kinda glad we get to show off. Kill the Sith. But before any of them could react, Rex's blasters flared 3 sharp bursts of light, and all 3 thugs crumpled to the floor in an instant, lifeless. He spun his pistols back into their holsters with practiced ease. Nice reflexes, Vet said with a smirk. It's nothing. Just my training kicking in, Rex replied coolly. Holly Drell stepped closer, her gaze flicking from Rex to Anakin. You have a flair for dramatic entrances. I probably could have handled that, she said, glancing again at Rex, but I'm grateful for the timing. Her focus settled fully on Anakin. You're the apprentice Darth Baris prepped me for. Yes. Anakin gave a dry smile. You've figured it out. The obvious is my specialty. That's why I keep petitioning the Darth for a raise. She gave a faint chuckle, then introduced herself with a slight bow. Holly Drell sets in. So you're here to take out Lord Rat Harry. Won't be easy. He doesn't stay in one place long. He appears, leaves devastation in his wake, then vanishes. If you want him, you'll have to draw him out. Anakin nodded slightly. Sounds like a plan. Baris trusts me for a reason. First off, she continued, Rat Harry's been muscling in on the Hutt cartel. From what I hear, they're close to caving, signing over some major territories to him. He and his apprentice, Garrick, are currently in conference with the Hutts at cartel headquarters. If you burst in. Anakin smirked. You know I'd be facing a hell of a lot of firepower. But I guess you're in luck you've got someone who can handle exactly that. Well, yeah, she said, if you just went in there with lightsabers blazing, sure. But the cartel's technically an Imperial ally. Rat Harry can't just beat them into submission, he has to play the part of a diplomat. Unfortunately, the same rules apply to you. If things turn violent between you and the Hutts, better if there's no one left to identify you. Anakin exhaled sharply, voice like a blade. If they try anything stupid, there won't be a heart left beating. Hollydrell gave a faint, grim smile. Could get hairy. Those oversized slugs have some pretty beefy bodyguards. I've got a shipment of slaves to send out, but I'll be around if you need anything. She gave a short nod. Good luck, my lord. Anakin moved like a storm through the Corellian sector, methodically dismantling what remained of the exchange's grip. He and his crew swept through their weapon caches, annihilating stockpiles, cutting down anyone foolish enough to stand in their way. Every explosion, every collapsed structure, sent a message written in fire and death. Now, deep within one of the last chemical refineries still under exchange control, Anakin stood over the twitching remains of a cybernetic guard, his lightsaber hissing as it powered down. Smoke curled upward from the cleaved torso of the cyborg, its mechanical limbs sparking in final protest. Around him, Rex and Vet finished setting the last of the charges. With ruthless efficiency, they exited the facility just as the first explosions lit the sky behind them. The building erupted in flame and smoke, black clouds billowing upward like the breath of a dying titan. Fire licked the walls, devouring steel and corrupted chemical lines alike. Civilians and beggars, drawn by the blast or just caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, began to gather in confusion, some cheering, others simply gawking. Anakin didn't linger. He and the group quickly dispersed, vanishing into the chaos like phantoms, their silhouettes swallowed by the shifting currents of the city moon's filthy streets. Their path took them through winding alleys and crumbling passageways, until they arrived at Mayro's command post, a seemingly nondescript building that stood like a rotting tooth among the twisted architecture of the sector. As they approached, a pair of guards loitered near the entrance, dressed in the mismatched gear of smugglers' scrap armor, faded cloaks, and worn blasters slung low. Without a word, they stepped aside, recognizing Anakin immediately and allowing him to pass. Inside, the air was heavy with smoke and the quiet buzz of electronics. Anakin walked briskly through the dim corridors until he reached a sealed doorway, which hissed open to reveal a sparse but tactical conference room. Metal walls, flickering hollow screens, and a round table scarred with scorch marks and old blade scratches dominated the space. The scent of ozone and oil clung to the air. Anakin stepped inside. He hollow flickered on. A Hutt, an Iridonian, and finally an assassin droid materialized in holographic form. The Hutt was already speaking when Anakin entered. "You are bold, calling us now," the Hutt rumbled. "I do not like bold." Maro stepped forward, hands raised in a calming gesture. "Godoba, please. I bring good news." The droid cut in abruptly, voice sharp and mechanical. "Do not attempt to dissimulate." Maro quickly tried to defuse the tension. "No dissimulation intended," she assured, then turned, facing Anakin. "But I wanted you to meet someone." She stepped aside with a slight flourish. "My lord," she said formally, "allow me to introduce the Imperial Diplomatic Service's allies on Nar Shaddaa, the Shadow Syndicate." Anakin didn't even bother to hide his disdain. "I don't need to meet the locals," he said flatly. "Get rid of them." Maro pressed on, unfazed. "This won't take long. They need to know what you've done." She gestured first to the Hutt. "Godoba, the Hutt owner of Club Vertica Casino and 5 entire city sectors. Your ship is currently docked in his private spaceport." Godoba gave a curt nod. "Yes," he grunted. "And you are standing in my building." Maro moved on, motioning to the horned Iridonian. "This is Varko Taya, Chomash of the Nar Shaddaa Labor Alliance. There are no better slavers in the galaxy." Anakin's inner voice sneered. "Wonderful. I'm dealing with the most charming people in the galaxy." Outwardly, his face remained cold and indifferent. These introductions were pointless. None of these people had anything to offer him, not right now. Varco offered a tight smile. A pleasure. Morrow turned to the final figure. And last, but certainly not least, DXTX, primary hub of the DX Annihilator network. The droid's response was immediate and chilling. Your destructive prowess is respectable. Negotiations, permitted. Morrow faced Anakin again. Together, they represent the key powers here. Yukabi and the exchange could have joined them, but thanks to your strike, we no longer have to worry about the exchange. Anakin barely blinked. Too bad, he said, voice flat with threat. I still feel like killing Yukabi. Varco leaned forward slightly. Then you, of all of us, may be in luck. This woman has lied to you. What? Morrow exclaimed, caught off guard. Godoba joined in, his deep voice weighted with suspicion. Does she even know what she's done? Your strike may have crippled the exchange's business operations, but every time someone attacks Yukabi's holdings, the result is the same devastation, an expansion. He seizes more territory in the aftermath. Varco nodded. She's blundered, just as countless upstarts have blundered before. And now, we all pay the price. Anakin was quietly amused. He'd suspected something like this would happen. Did he care? Not in the slightest. He sneered, voice like ice. You reek of fear. Morrow scoffed. Varco, really? We're hardly vulnerable. Godoba's tone darkened. My informants tell me Yukabi is preparing for war against the Empire and all its allies. Varco confirmed grimly, he's building an army of STIM-enhanced killers and cybernetically linked assassins. DXTX added with mechanical precision, detonite droid production has increased. Morrow exhaled, clearly trying to maintain control. Ah. Very well. If Yukabi refuses to learn his lesson, then the Empire will deal with his final breath. Anakin's patience was gone. Mayro's incompetence was grating. His words cut like a blade. Silence, he said coldly. You've caused enough trouble already. It seems like I have to step up, Anakin thought, eyes narrowing. I won't let the Empire's interests on Nar Shaddaa collapse because of one incompetent diplomat. And this situation might just be of some use to me. Varco spoke again, voice grim. My sources report exchange death squads on the move. You destroyed Yukabi's assets, now he's coming for ours. The promenade, the factories, the slave pens. Godoba rumbled, seething with fury. Death squads in the casinos. Slaughtering customers. Massacring my slaves. DXTX added in its sterile, mechanical tone, Yukabi is drawing energy to power his chemical enhancement facilities. He augments soldiers for battle. He must be stopped. Now. Panic rippled across Mayro's face. She turned to Anakin, eyes wide. I'm not a strategist. Your recommendation, my lord. Vader responded, calm and cold as steel. Let the exchange target civilians while we carve out their heart. These enhancement facilities, what exactly are they? Godoba answered with visible disgust. Yukabi uses Kolto tanks, medical equipment, he pumps his elite full of adrenals. Varco added, you'll have to destroy the tanks and face what's inside them. Morrow hesitated, then asked, permission to speak, my lord. Vader gave a slow, deliberate nod. It better be good. My patience with you is wearing thin. Of course, my lord, she said quickly. I'll alert our forces here. I'll make sure the Shadow Syndicate stays in line. We can discuss this further when you return. Godoba let out a deep, amused chuckle. If she survives. Anakin didn't respond. He was already moving. The mission was swift and brutal. Anakin tore through Yukabi's enhancement facilities one by one, his lightsaber a constant blaze of crimson death. When he entered the last facility, the lights flickered ominously, casting long shadows across the room. Cyborgs floated in kolto tanks, twitching unnaturally. The hiss of releasing pressure filled the air as the tanks began to drain. Then the tanks burst open. Cyborgs emerged twitching, snarling, surging forward with inhuman speed. The first wave attacked. Anakin's lightsaber ignited with a crackling hum, and he met them head-on. He thrust his blade straight through the chest of one cyborg, spun on his heel, and sliced clean through the neck of another. A group charged him from the side. With a single twirl of his saber, he carved them down in a sweeping, precise motion, devastatingly fast, impossibly smooth. Rex ducked as a cyborg tried to impale him from behind. He swept its legs out with a swift kick, then jumped back, firing 2 rapid blaster shots, one at the downed cyborg, another into the chest of one charging toward him. Vet flanked from the side, blasters blazing, dropping any cyborg that got too close. The trio moved like a deadly storm. No hesitation. No mercy. One by one, the enhanced monstrosities fell. When the last of them hit the ground in a heap of sparks and blood, Anakin didn't waste a second. With controlled fury, they ignited the facility, watching as flames consumed the twisted horrors and the corrupted machinery that birthed them. The heart of Yukabi's war machine had been ripped out and burned. Anakin returned to the command post. As he stepped back into the room, another figure had joined the hollow call, a black human male, more machine than man, flickering in the blue projection. The man's voice cut through the air with icy finality. "You've made an unforgivable mistake." Godo the Hutt responded quickly, his tone laced with nervous diplomacy. "This is not necessary, Yukabi. We should not be enemies." The figure, now identified as Yukabi, snarled. "You started this war. All our businesses suffer because of your greed. Now you all die." Anakin stepped fully into view, his Ravan mask gleaming ominously, the presence around him charged with danger. His voice was cold, biting. "That's a lot of talk from a terrified little gangster." Yukabi whirled toward him, fury contorting his cybernetic face. "The attacker. You've weakened my forces, but my death squads wade through blood even now. I've killed your kind before, Sith. I'll do it again." Godo turned his anger to Morrow. "You Imperial diplomat, this is your fault." Morrow tried to defend herself, her voice strained. "It looks bad, I know, but I've been working on a strategy." Anakin's eyes narrowed. "Leave the strategizing to people who actually know what they're doing." Varko interjected with calm authority, "Let her speak. If she fails us again, she knows she'll pay the price." Anakin considered for a moment, then nodded. Morrow bowed slightly in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Our guards captured a few of the gangsters. The exchange is operating out of the tunnels beneath this sector. This might be the perfect moment to strike. Wipe them out." Yukabi and his leadership. DXTX's mechanical voice buzzed in. "The DX Annihilator Network approves this course of action." Varko, raising an eyebrow, added, "Perhaps. I think I speak on behalf of the Shadow Syndicate when I ask respectfully, can this actually be done?" Anakin responded with a cold edge, "I'm not easily destroyed, slaver." Morrow nodded grimly. "You'll need to take out Yukabi's inner circle. Every one of them is cybernetically enhanced." Varko added, "Custom-built masterworks, each the equal of a dozen Mandalorian warriors." Morrow continued, "When they're dead, proceed to Yukabi's chambers. Do whatever you have to do." Without a word, Anakin turned and descended into the tunnels. He tore through the exchange base, a whirlwind of lightsaber strikes and force-fueled rage. One by one, the leadership fell. As he stepped into an office, the second-in-command rose to fight, but Anakin raised a hand, gripping the cyborg in a crushing vice of the Force. With a sickening snap, he slammed the body against the wall, leaving it lifeless. Activating the hollow projector on the office table, a flickering image of Morrow burst to life, panicked and breathless. "My lord? Are you there?" My lord? It's Maro Vichhen. I'm here, Anakin answered. The exchange's inner circle is dead, but Yukabi's not among them. Maro's voice turned to a shout. That's because he's here. Yukabi is here. Someone sold us out. Get back as fast as you can, we can't hold him. Oh, she turned, startled, and the hollow call cut out. Anakin raced back to the command post. The halls were scorched with blaster marks and littered with corpses, a grim trail leading to the conference room. He burst through the doors. Inside, Godoba and Maro were held hostage by two exchange thugs. Yukabi paced in front of them like a predator, voice heavy with amusement. So, what shall it be? Does one die? Do both. Godoba immediately pointed at Maro. Kill her. That was our deal, kill her. Anakin wasn't surprised. The Hutt's treachery was as predictable as it was disgusting. Maro flared with fury, waving her hands. You horrible worm! Yukabi raised a hand, silencing her with a gesture. You're both wretched. Yukabi turned to face Anakin, his cybernetic limbs whirring faintly. And now you, he growled. Here to rescue the woman and the traitor. I am Yukabi. Anakin's voice came low and cold. You picked the wrong Sith to cross, Yukabi. Time to die. Yukabi raised a hand, emphasizing every word like a sermon. Look upon my body. Cord osseous skin grafts. Intravenous colto injection system. Holographic targeting array. You are only mortal, I will always prevail. Is that so? Anakin replied with icy calm. With a gesture of his hand, the force surged. Yukabi's cybernetics snapped and groaned under the immense pressure as his augmented body was crushed in on itself. He collapsed like a broken machine. At the same moment, Rex drew his twin blaster pistols and gunned down the two exchange thugs holding Maro and Godoba hostage. Maro rushed forward, checking Yukabi's mangled body. Rising to her feet, she shook her head. I don't think he's getting up. Colto injections can't fix a dead man. Godoba slithered into the conversation with oily enthusiasm. Yes. Very good. You should be proud saving us from that monster. Maro spun on him, fury radiating from her voice. Don't you dare talk. You brought him here. You tried to have me killed. Anakin's gaze settled on Godoba, his mask concealing any emotion. Hutt. What do you have to say? Godoba raised both his stubby hands. It wasn't just me. The Shadow Syndicate agreed. Varko wanted this more than anyone. Maro cut in sharply. Maybe. But you made the call to Yukabi. Godoba attempted to defend himself. Only after you made him our enemy. You slashed our profits in half. This is business. The Empire has been a good partner to us, but this woman is incompetent, interfering. You've seen it. Anakin let out a dry chuckle. Sure, she's incompetent. But you're a traitor. And traitors get executed. Your biggest mistake wasn't betraying her. It was defying me. Godoba panicked, waving his hands again. No, please. All we want is flexibility. Kill her, and we'll be happy. The Empire will be happy, we'll all be happy. Maro screamed, how dare you! Godoba ignored her. Instead of killing me, the better decision is to kill her. Let business go on. Let a smarter girl take her place. And the Shadow Syndicate will reward you our wealth, our power, yours. Anakin stood in silence, weighing the offer. She is incompetent, sooner or later she would have died anyway, probably in a far worse way. And the underworld on Nar Shaddaa would be easier to bend without her meddling. But you. He stepped forward. You made a critical mistake. His voice dropped into a growl. I don't need you to give me your power. I will take it. Your wealth, your influence, it's worthless to me. I will have what I want. Before Godoba could speak again, Anakin raised a hand. The Force clutched the Hutt's throat. Godoba thrashed and struggled before collapsing into unconsciousness, a quivering heap on the floor. Morrow exhaled, visibly relieved. It's a good thing you kept him alive. I'll use him as an example, show the Shadow Syndicate what happens to those who cross the Empire. And you, my lord. I'm deeply thankful you spared my life. She straightened herself. I know you must have other business on this world. Anakin gave a slight nod. With the exchange destroyed, Yukabi dead, and the Shadow Syndicate humbled, what comes next? Morrow answered, the war with the exchange will continue, but now we can shift our focus to other enemies. And thank you again, my lord. When Nar Shaddaa falls to the Empire, your name will be remembered. Anakin turned and left the command post, boarding an airspeeder bound for the Duros sector. The speeder dipped low, winding through the dense layers of the smuggler's moon, neon signs flashing across his path as he descended toward the Hutt stronghold. Upon arrival, he entered a dim chamber where two Hutts sat, flanked by guards, listening to a Sith whose appearance vaguely echoed Darth Maul though shorter, and clearly a weaker shadow of that legend. Anakin instantly recognized him. Grike. The Sith was speaking in a haughty tone. You would be wise to bend to the will of Lord Rat Harry. Sign over the specified territories, before he loses his patience. A third Hutt slithered in from a side passage, having eavesdropped on the conversation. Your master is a hard man, Grike. It's not easy to corner a Hutt, let alone the entire cartel. It seems we have no other choice. But then, a voice cut through the chamber icy and confident. Well, lucky for you, Hutt, I'm your other choice. Anakin stepped into view, flanked by Rex and Vet. The room fell into tense silence. One of the Hutts barked, this is a closed session. Who are you? Grike turned to face Anakin, his expression souring. I'll tell you who this is. This is the apprentice of that over-the-hill Sith relic. Darth Baris. His smirk widened. Yes, that's right. My master and I anticipated your arrival. Anakin took a step closer, menace radiating from his presence. Where is your master, worm? Grike crossed his arms arrogantly. I am Lord Rat Harry's proxy in dealing with the cartel. And I will be his sword arm, in dealing with you. The first Hutt spoke again. Oh ho ho, it seems yet another Sith suitor dares to appear. One of the Hutts let out a guttural chuckle. Tell us your purpose, Dark One. Anakin turned his cold gaze toward the bloated creature. I have no quarrel with you. But Rat Harry must die. The Hutt's massive bulk shifted as he snarled in response. By bursting in here, you've created a quarrel whether you wanted to or not. You spit on the alliance between the Hutt cartel and the Empire. If your master had business with us, he should have sent word, not you, and not like this. Now, you risk incurring our wrath, as well as Lord Rat Harry's. Anakin's voice dropped, now a deadly whisper laced with threat. Listen here, you overgrown slug, the only reason you're still breathing is because I don't have a quarrel with you. But if you don't get out of my way and let me deal with this pretender, I will kill you. Am I understood? As he spoke, he let his presence unfurl through the Force like a rising storm, pressing down on the room with crushing weight. One of the Hutts grunted, clearly shaken but trying to mask it. Bah, we'll overlook this disrespect this once. It would be intriguing to see if you can back up that bravado. A third Hutt chimed in, voice thick with skepticism. We've seen Rat Harry's strength firsthand. But you? We know nothing of your power. Then the second Hutt spoke with finality. Fight Giric. Prove yourself. If you survive, perhaps we'll reconsider our treaty with Rat Harry. The third Hutt leaned toward the others, chuckling. What odds do you give me on this intruder, Iban? The first Hutt grinned. 2 to 1. I'll take all bets that Giric survives the day. Anakin's eyes gleamed with a savage spark as he let out a dark chuckle. You know what? Everyone dies, including the Hutts. In an instant, the room exploded into chaos. With a mighty surge of the Force, Anakin unleashed a brutal choke, crushing the guards' throats, then turning his fury on the Hutts themselves. Their bloated forms collapsed under the pressure, lifeless. The surveillance systems shattered in a shower of sparks as his wrath tore through the chamber. "You've ruined my master's alliance," one of the cartel members cried out in horror. "Time to die, Baris's slave!" Garrick roared as he charged. Anakin ignited his crimson blade in a flash of scarlet light and met Garrick's strike with effortless precision, blocking the blow and hurling the attacker to the ground with a single powerful shove from his free arm. "You're pathetic," Anakin sneered. "Even an acolyte fresh off the shuttle to Korriban could fight better than you." Garrick growled, fury twisting his face as he leapt up and attacked again. Anakin weaved around the strikes, his movements precise, fluid, untouchable. With a brutal parry, he slashed deep into Garrick's arm, forcing him to his knees as his lightsaber clattered uselessly to the floor. Garrick looked up, blood trickling from the wound, eyes wide with pain and disbelief. "I'm possible. Lord Rat Harry will still be your master's downfall." Anakin's eyes narrowed coldly. "Your master will be just as dead as you." With one final strike, he ended it. Garrick's lifeless body collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. Anakin turned without a word and left, his companions following silently through the trail of corpses that marked their passage out of the cartel headquarters. Time skip. Anakin entered the chamber, his dark cloak trailing behind him. Holly Drell looked up as he approached, a smirk already forming on her lips. "Word's spreading fast," she said. "Rat Harry's conference with the Hutts was interrupted, his apprentice slaughtered. No one knows who took out the Hutts, which makes me very impressed. And best of all, the Empire's alliance with the cartel remains intact." She leaned in slightly. "Too bad Rat Harry wasn't in attendance, though I'd bet anything he's fuming." "If he had been there," Anakin said with a cold grin, "his corpse would still be steaming." Holly Drell laughed softly. "All in good time. He's not the type to run from a fight. Rat Harry's working to seize the Republic's base in the upper industrial sites. Now that his work with the cartel is in ruins, he's bound to throw himself into wiping out the Republic garrison." Anakin cracked his knuckles. "Then I'll just keep smashing doors down until I find him." Holly Drell raised an eyebrow approvingly. "Tenacity is a prerequisite for a Sith, I think. Even if Rat Harry isn't there, once his plans are torn apart, I have no doubt he'll come for you. The confrontation will be inevitable." She glanced back at her terminal. "Well, I've talked enough. You should head out." Anakin gave a sharp nod and turned, vanishing into the shadows once more. Anakin boarded an airspeeder bound for the upper industrial sector of Nar Shaddaa. The neon-drenched cityscape blurred past him as the speeder ascended, until finally touching down amid towering buildings, smoke-belching vents, and the constant mechanical hum of the planet's underbelly. As he wandered through the sector, his eyes scanned the shadows and steel. In the distance, he noticed a man hand a few credits to a beggar slumped in the corner of an alley. The beggar nodded gratefully, clutching the small mercy to his chest. But no sooner had the man disappeared into the crowd than another destitute figure emerged from the shadows, eyes burning with envy. Without hesitation, the second beggar lunged at the first, plunging a jagged blade into his chest. The victim collapsed, gasping his last breath as the attacker snatched the credits and bolted into the darkness. Anakin narrowed his gaze, used by the senselessness of it all. "That man's kindness meant nothing," a voice beside him murmured. Anakin turned, startled. Standing there was a strange, old woman cloaked in shadowy, tattered robes. Her eyes gleamed with a piercing, ancient wisdom. "Why did the man do such a thing?" she asked, more to the air than to him. "Such kindness, and yet his path is unchanged. Giving him what he has not earned is like pouring water into cupped hands riddled with cracks." Anakin raised an eyebrow. He had no idea why this old woman was speaking to him, especially about something that had absolutely nothing to do with him, but something in her presence, strange, cold, yet calm, made him curious enough to humor her. "It may help him, if nothing else, to survive," Anakin replied flatly. The woman gave a soft chuckle. "And would that be a kindness? What if, by surviving another day, he brings greater darkness upon another?" Her words gave him pause. He didn't understand her, not fully, but she wasn't just a rambling fool. There was something else here. Something deeper. "You can't know that," Anakin said cautiously. Her tone shifted, and so too did the air around them. The very force itself seemed to ripple. "The force binds all things," she said softly. "The slightest push, the smallest touch, sends echoes through the fabric of life. Even an act of kindness may have more severe repercussions than any blow struck in anger. By giving him what he has not earned, perhaps all the man truly did was paint a target on his back." A flash, the image of the beggar's murder replayed in Anakin's mind with brutal clarity. "Elevation often draws the attention of others who suffer," the woman continued. "And perhaps, in the end, all that is wrought is more pain. That is my lesson to you. Be wary of charity and kindness. Sometimes, it is the clenched fist that does less harm." Anakin narrowed his eyes behind his mask. "Who the hell is this woman? Why speak to me? Why now?" Her insight into the Force was deep, unsettling. She spoke as if she knew him. "I'll consider what you've said," Anakin said slowly, "but who are you, really?" She smiled faintly. "Just a humble traveler. No one of importance. But, mind what I've said. Use your power, but use it in its proper place." Without warning, Anakin staggered. His knees buckled as a wave of sensation crashed into him. It wasn't pain, but awareness. A flood of life, of voices, emotions, hunger, greed, and suffering. He could feel them, every single being on Nar Shaddaa, in perfect detail. Rex rushed to his side. "General! General, do you hear me?" Vet turned toward the old woman, alarmed. "What did you do to him?" But the woman remained still, her eyes locked on Anakin. "Your thoughts, they are disturbed. I can feel them. Like a shiver through the Force." Anakin found himself answering, almost against his will. "There's a craving in the air, a hunger." The woman nodded. "That is Nar Shaddaa. The true Nar Shaddaa. Stripped of illusion, stripped of machines. You feel it as it is, raw. Desperate. A chorus of need and survival. The moon itself, exposed through the Force. It feels alive," Anakin murmured. "But desperate, almost haunted." "You can feel it," she said with a hint of surprise. "I feared your sheer presence in the Force would drown it out, but I stand corrected. What you feel are the echoes of countless minds. Their rage, their greed, their despair. It is life." The words escaped him before he even realized he was speaking. "There's a vibration. A strange tension to it." "Strange," the woman mused. "Perhaps. But it is merely the resonance of minds shaped by suffering, by need. To perceive it is not enough. One must know how to strike the fractured mass at its critical point, and send the echo where it must go." Anakin absorbed her words, the experience washing over him like a revelation. He had never felt so connected to the Force. Every presence on the moon, every flicker of life, every shift of emotion, all laid bare before him. "This feeling," he asked, breath catching in his throat, "how long can it last?" "For as long as the moment endures," she answered. "Like life, these moments within the Force are rare. They wait, for the strike, for the critical point. And then, they fade. So let us be silent now. Words distract. Thoughts distract. Feel. Feel life as it is, when all the crude matter is stripped away." Anakin stood there, lost in the web of the Force, in the song of the galaxy. And then, darkness. He awoke as if from a trance, standing in front of an imperial building in the same industrial sector. The moment was gone. But the awareness, the connection still lingered, faint as an aftertaste. He turned to Rex and Vet. What happened? They both shrugged. You started talking to yourself, Rex said. Told us to be quiet and follow you here. Anakin furrowed his brow, collecting his thoughts. It was like the cave all over again. But he knew this wasn't a hallucination. It had been real. Too real. Without another word, he turned and walked toward an Imperial officer hunched over a desk, buried in paperwork. He saw Anakin approaching as he rose to his feet and bowed respectfully. Welcome, my lord, he said. I'm General Calvin, the mission leader here. If you have a moment, I could use your assistance. The Emperor has tasked me with unraveling a great enigma in this sector, a structure built centuries ago by a Sith known as Darth Revan. Upon its completion, Revan sealed a mysterious cargo inside, along with countless alien slaves. Since that day, nothing has entered, and nothing has come out. Anakin, deep in thought, found himself drifting, his mind fading momentarily into a vision. He was only just now beginning to discover that Revan had constructed a secret complex here. He recalled how the old woman had led him to this place. Though he considered seeking answers directly from Revan himself, part of him was driven to uncover the truth on his own. If nothing has emerged, Anakin said aloud, I'm guessing it's a tomb. Calvin nodded grimly. If it is, then it's the most heavily guarded tomb in the galaxy. The complex is protected by self-replicating, automated defense turrets and an apparently inexhaustible army of assassin droids. The technology is astounding. We've spent over a decade trying to breach those defenses and failed. Anakin's eyes burned with quiet resolve. Once I set my mind to something, nothing in the galaxy can stop me. Calvin stepped closer. I've discovered that the complex's defenses are powered by reactors scattered across this sector. The owners of these reactors have no idea what they're supporting. Unfortunately, there also are enemies: Republic special forces, criminal cartels, mercenary legions. They'll never shut them down willingly. Anakin turned without a word, letting the Force guide his path as he walked away from the building. Just before disappearing into the shadows, he spoke over his shoulder, his voice resolute. I'll find another way. Guided by the Force, Anakin made his way to a hidden door. He extended his hand, and the door responded, opening at his touch. As he stepped inside, the assassin droids watched but made no move to stop him. They simply let him pass. Deeper into the complex, Anakin found a recording device, an ancient datapad, and activated it. A flickering hologram emerged, an alien figure with an unsettling visage, its mouth where eyes should be, its eyes where ears belonged. The being began to speak. Revan was here yesterday. It is a gift to be in his presence. I felt the Force. It flows beneath the skin, into the heart, the lungs, the gut. A warmth, and a chill. Revan says it is the Force that feeds the infinite engine. We feed it with our thoughts. Our love, our hatred, all that we feel. It turns to energy, and it nourishes us in return. They say we once lived without the engine, without Revan. I do not wish to imagine such a life. As the recording faded into the next entry, Anakin furrowed his brow. He had never heard of this infinite engine. It seemed to draw the Force into itself, feeding on it, and in return, it gave the people everything they needed to survive. The next holographic entry began. Another member of the same alien species appeared, speaking in reverence. They say we once lived on the surface, walked in the light of suns and moons. It is hard to believe. Here, the infinite engine's light warms our skin, and allows us to see each other's faces. Revan told us to dedicate every newborn child to the machine. The first touch they feel, as they emerge from their mother's bodies, is the engine's blessing. Revan told us to return our dead to the machine. It takes back what it gave them and returns it to us as food, as medicine. Anakin's interest deepened. This infinite engine didn't just sustain life, it healed, regenerated wounds. Its capacity for rapid restoration was unlike anything he had encountered. The recording continued. Our homes are built and heated from the bodies of our dead. No one understands when I ask, is this strange? What did we give up when we swore ourselves to Ravan's service? Another entry began. The same alien appeared once more, now garbed in ritualistic, dark robes. His voice rang with conviction. Do not lose faith, my brothers. For 2/10 of generations, we have honored our pledge. We will not emerge before the sign. Ravan left us words to live by, there will be a sign. Someone will come, someone who seeks the machine. Someone worthy. Hold fast to your purpose, for that time will come. If not in your lifetime, then in your children's, or theirs, or 100 generations hence. Hold fast. For the day will come when we are tested. And we must be ready. Will it be a worthy soul who breaches our defenses? Or must we kill and die to protect Ravan's legacy? Anakin stood still, his thoughts racing. Did Ravan foresee this? Did he know I would find this place? Or was it hidden here for a different purpose? And why such extreme security? He felt it then, a stirring in the Force. Whatever the answer, judging by the messages, the people of this place should be expecting me. Where is the infinite engine? But then Anakin noticed something else, another entry on the data pad. Unlike the others, this one had no holographic recording. It was simply text. Its title struck him immediately. Ravan's Journal. Fools on both sides. All who believed the Star Forge to be merely a weapon, how little they knew. How little they ever wanted to know. It is the seed of worlds. Such power, even in a fragment. A fleet, that's what I made of it. Almost laughable now. And yet, what does even the smallest piece of it create? It cannot forge ships. No. What useless fragments does it generate? Air. Life. It feeds on the Force, on energy, on mass, on whatever you offer it. And it creates. That is its essence. It begins where we all began, a breath of air, a drop of water, the first carbon chains. Why bother with fleets, when one day, we might build galaxies? Anakin's mind reeled. This is insane, he thought. Absolutely insane. He walked off in silence, deeper into the ancient facility. The darkness felt denser now, thicker with energy, until finally, he reached the heart of the complex. There, kneeling in reverence before a towering structure of pulsing, metallic light, were 4 of the alien beings. At the center of it all stood the infinite engine, a massive and humming entity of intricate design, alive with energy and ancient purpose. The leader of the group stood and turned slowly, his gaze settling on Anakin with awe. You honor us with your presence, Great One, he said, bowing deeply. Welcome to our home. We are the servants of the Ravan, custodians of the infinite engine. Anakin already had a strong suspicion as to how they were still alive, but he asked anyway. Ravan brought your people here centuries ago. How are you still alive? The alien responded instantly, as if the answer had been passed down 1,000 times. Many generations have come and gone since the Ravan created our sanctuary, but still, our people serve. The ages pass, and the infinite engine grows. When we arrived, it was no larger than a fingertip, sustaining only a handful of our kind. Now, it is vast, powerful enough to provide for many. It fulfills our every need. Food, clothing, tools, even weapons and mechanical life forms. Anakin narrowed his eyes. Tell me everything you know about the infinite engine, starting with where it came from. The alien spoke solemnly. All we know is that the infinite engine was once part of a far greater machine, one that helped Ravan forge his mighty empire. Beyond that, we cannot say. Only the Ravan knew the engine's true secrets. We are but humble caretakers. But if you choose to become a servant of the Ravan, the engine will provide for you as it has provided for us." Anakin nearly laughed out loud. "Did they not even recognize the mask I'm wearing?" "No matter." His voice turned cold, absolute. "Your services are no longer required. Hand over the machine." The alien's expression faltered. "We swore to the Ravan that we would protect and nurture the infinite engine. As we sustain it, so does it sustain us. Without it, our people will wither and die. However, we are willing to offer you a gift, a seed from the engine. It will require many ages of nurturing, but one day, you will have your own infinite engine, just as we do." But before they could finalize the exchange, the engine suddenly began to spin rapidly, violently, as if something had triggered it. Anakin stepped back, feeling the force coiling around him, pulled into the very core of the engine. The sheer power of his presence was overwhelming it. The machine howled as energy surged through its circuits, and then it exploded in a blinding surge of red and white light. The aliens screamed in panic, their forms beginning to wither, shriveling into ash and fading into nothingness. Anakin stood unmoved, unshaken, his eyes fixed on the glowing object launched from the explosion. A crimson kyber crystal soared through the air, as if drawn by fate, and landed squarely in Anakin's outstretched palm. The moment it made contact, he felt it an immense power, ancient and resonant, flooding into him. The crystal pulsed with his heartbeat, sensing his strength, his will, his rage. It grew brighter, then dimmed, settling into a steady, deep glow. The bond was complete. Anakin slipped it into his robes. "Whatever that was, it's mine now." The thought struck him, "I should still have spare lightsaber parts on my ship." He had long been searching for a replacement for the ancient saber he carried. Now, with this crystal, he had the perfect core for his second blade. Behind him, Vet facepalmed hard. Rex took off his helmet, staring in pure, stunned confusion. Safe to say, no one knew what had just happened. Vet muttered, "Yeah, we're definitely not telling Calvin about this." Anakin nodded. "Agreed. Let's not even go back to him." And with that, the group turned and headed toward their next objective. Later, Anakin approached a Republic facility under siege. An Imperial squad was engaged in a brutal assault on Republic special forces. The once pristine stairs were now scattered with debris, pillars having collapsed in the chaos, blocking the Imperials' advance. An officer barked orders, rallying his troops. "Fall back! Rally here! Hold the line!" And then, Anakin stepped forward. "My lord, what is the meaning of this?" General Kigton demanded, fury lacing his words. "We are on the brink of striking a decisive blow against the Republic. I am General Kigton, acting under the authority of Sith Lord Rat Harry, apprentice to Nar Shaddaa by decree of the Dark Council. Why do you strike down Imperial forces and stand in our path?" Anakin's voice was calm but carried the weight of a storm. "If Rat Harry shows himself, no one else needs to die." The general sneered. "He is attending to other matters. You belong to Darth Baris. I was given clear instructions to destroy you, should you be foolish enough to reveal yourself here." Anakin's expression darkened, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. "You'd be wise to ignore those instructions." Kigton stood defiant. "Oh, I think not. You're surrounded, and we vastly outnumber you. Full attack!" With a snap hiss, Anakin ignited his blue lightsaber, choosing its glow deliberately. For now, at least, he and the Republic squad shared a common enemy. He moved like a force of nature, slicing through the general with effortless grace, his blade a blur of deadly precision. One by one, soldiers fell, each cut exact, efficient, final. Rex fired his blaster with ruthless focus, cutting down enemies by the dozen, while Vet moved through the chaos with lethal elegance, leaving no Imperial standing. When the last of the enemy lay still, Anakin approached the Republic team and, with a subtle wave of his hand, used the Force to shove a massive pillar out of the way as if it weighed nothing. A lieutenant stared in awe. "Sir, that's the hero with no fear. A Sith now. He's been slaughtering our enemies like they were nothing. We should strike while we still have a chance. But the commander raised a hand, eyes still fixed on Anakin. Have you heard the stories? About the unknown regions, his victories against the Republic? After that display, Wegland, I think fighting him should be our last resort. Stay back. Cover me. With deliberate calm, the commander rose and stepped forward alone. He stood tall and proud despite being unarmed. Sith, he said clearly. I am Commander Nolan. I'm in charge of this defensive post. I come without a weapon. Anakin regarded him with a mixture of respect and skepticism. There was courage in approaching him like this, but did he understand who he was standing before? Judging by the thoughts pulsing off their minds and the tension in their stances, they did. You risk much coming before me unarmed, Anakin said. I doubt a blaster would do me any good, Nolan replied. Not against the hero with no fear. We don't wish to fight you, but we cannot relinquish this area either. What are your terms? Anakin considered it. There was value in this. A reputation, after all, was a powerful tool. Especially one that followed him into the circles of the Republic and the Jedi. He saw opportunity here. You live by my grace, he said at last. I may have use for you one day. When I call, you will repay my mercy. Nolan nodded, his voice steady. Very well. I'm glad your Jedi diplomacy hasn't been completely devoured by the Sith. They would have butchered us without a word. If your mission doesn't conflict with Republic interests, I pledge to assist. Here, take my hollow frequency. You have my word. Until we meet again, Sith. He turned to his men. The battle is over. Tend to the wounded. Anakin turned away, already half on his path back to contact Darth Baris. But his COMM link flared to life, flickering with a grainy blue hologram. It was Holly Drell. She was ducking and firing her blaster pistol, her voice frantic over the sound of heavy blaster fire crackling in the background. My lord! My base! We're under attack. The last of my men and I are holed up in the command center, but the doors are about to give. Anakin clenched his jaw. He couldn't afford to lose this contract, not now. Losing her could slow his pursuit of Agent Del Econ. I'll be right there, Holly Drell. Try to hold on, Anakin said, urgency creeping into his voice. On the hollow, Holly Drell looked frantic. Her eyes darted around, blaster shots whizzing behind her as she ducked and fired blindly. Doing the best I can, but I've got a bad feeling about this. She cried out. The command center's been breached. I've never seen power like this, oh no. The transmission cut to static. Silence. Anakin's jaw clenched as the hollow faded. Without hesitation, he raced back to the base. What greeted him was carnage. Bodies littered the corridors, some charred with blaster fire, others torn open by lightsaber wounds. It reeked of scorched metal and burned flesh. He stepped over broken consoles and shattered glass, finally reaching her. Holly Drell lay slumped near the main console, lifeless. Anakin knelt beside her, checking for a pulse. Nothing. She was gone. Damn it, he muttered, more frustrated than grief-stricken. He didn't care that she was dead, she was just a means to an end. But her death meant delays. Delays he couldn't afford. His hunt for Agent Del Econ would now be even more complicated. As he stood, something caught his eye, a data pad partially hidden beneath her body. He reached down, nudging her corpse aside without ceremony, and picked it up. The device activated instantly, playing a pre-recorded holo. The projection flickered to life, showing a tall Sith clad in battle-worn armor, a hood shadowing his face. Holly Drell clutched her stomach, her breathing labored. Blood stained her hands. It's clear Darth Baris failed to inform you of who exactly you'd be crossing, the Sith said coldly. This demonstration should make up for that deficiency. He lifted his hand. With a violent snap of the wrist, Holly Drell gasped then choked. Her body convulsed as the Sith clenched his fingers. Her lifeless form collapsed to the ground. You want Agent Del Khan? You want me? The Sith continued. I won't be hard to find anymore. I'm waiting on the satellite platform, in the network access sector. If you dare show, I will grant you a duel to the death. Be honored. The message ended. Behind Anakin, Vet gave a dry, humorless chuckle. He's a moron if he thinks we're just gonna walk into such an obvious ambush, right? Rex didn't smile. Not alone. Commander Nolan and his men owe you their lives. Vet, you can hail him. Time to collect. Anakin nodded in agreement. Vet sighed with mock drama. Goody, I get to play secretary. She pulled out a hollow communicator, activating it with a flick. Commander Nolan's image shimmered into view. I had a feeling you'd call, Sith. Can't say I'm thrilled about it, he said wearily. Anakin's tone was flat. You should be pleased. You get to wipe the slate clean between us, Commander. Believe me, I am, Nolan replied. I just don't relish being obligated to do my enemy's bidding. But a soldier pays his debts. Tell me what must be done. Anakin laid out the plan. Every detail. Every position. Nolan gave a sharp nod. Understood. We'll be ready. Give us the signal when it's time to move. Time skip, satellite platform rooftop. The wind howled at that altitude, tugging at cloaks and armor. Anakin and Vet stood halfway across the open rooftop when two figures emerged from the shadows, Agent Del Khan and the Sith Lord himself. Lord Rat Harry. Anakin stepped forward first. Lord Rat Harry, I presume. Finally, we come face to face. Rat Harry stood tall, arms crossed, his presence exuding confidence and venom. So, you showed. You lack your master's caution, I admire that. Del Khan, Baris's pet mongrel, is here. Say your piece, and do it before I kill this would-be assassin. Agent Del Khan's voice cracked with anger. Baris is insane paranoid. I was a loyal servant, my cover was solid. Did he expect me to just wait for death? Anakin scoffed. Come now. Don't play the fool, Del Khan. You knew the risks when you took the job. And I knew how to survive them, Del Khan shot back. Lord Rat Harry protects me now. All of Baris's secrets, every last one, will be his. Rat Harry stepped forward, smiling coldly. In 100 years, when I'm a legend among the Sith, your death's yours and Baris's won't even merit a footnote. However, I would never lower myself to duel a mere apprentice. You haven't earned that honor. Anakin's voice was razor-sharp. A true Sith Lord keeps his word, not hides behind excuses like a coward. So naive, Rat Harry replied, eyes narrowing. Must be the Jedi left in you talking. Lies and deception are vital tools in the Sith's arsenal. He gestured. Soldiers began surrounding them, blasters raised. These are my elite guard. Trained specifically to fight Sith. Half of them could kill you. But I don't like to play favorites. Anakin smirked. Then your men are going to be busy, with my men. Across the rooftop, high above on a nearby skyscraper, Commander Nolan gave the signal. That's the cue, men move. Republic troopers rocketed down with jetpacks, landing in formation with military precision. Their weapons were up, aimed at Rat Harry's forces. Rex and Vet joined them, flanking Anakin. Rat Harry's expression darkened, but there was a flicker of surprise in his eyes. I see now. I underestimated your resourcefulness. He ignited his purple lightsaber. No matter. Men, make quick work of these Republic fools. Attack. Anakin ignited his crimson blade with a harsh snap hiss, the deep red glow illuminating the rooftop. At the same moment, Republic Special Forces led by Commander Nolan descended into battle, jetpacks flaring. Rex and Vet charged in alongside them, blasters raised and firing with deadly precision. The clash was immediate. Rat Harry's elite guard surged forward, but they were met with a wall of disciplined, ruthless resistance. The rooftop erupted into chaos. Blaster fire screamed through the air, bodies fell, and screams echoed off durasteel walls. Anakin broke from the pack like a predator unleashed, surging toward Rat Harry in a blistering flurry of attacks. His strikes were relentless, each blow coming faster than the last, powered by fury and focus. Rat Harry struggled to keep up. He parried the first few strikes, barely, but the sheer ferocity overwhelmed him. He was forced to retreat, leaping back and raising his hand. Lightning burst from Rat Harry's fingertips in a violent torrent of violet energy, but Anakin responded instantly. He raised his own hand and released a wave of purple lightning so fierce it shattered the incoming assault, washing over Rat Harry's bolts like a tide. Rat Harry grunted in pain, cutting off his attack and catching the incoming lightning on his saber, the blade crackling with unstable energy. Meanwhile, Rex and Vet, along with Nolan's squad, brought the fight to a swift and brutal end. The last of Rat Harry's guards crumpled to the floor, leaving the rooftop silent but for the hum of sabers and the wind whipping past. Without hesitation, Anakin rushed in again. He lunged toward Rat Harry, feinting high at the shoulder before snapping the blade downward in a vicious slash aimed for the Sith Lord's head. Rat Harry barely managed to deflect it, but he was off balance wide open. Anakin seized the moment, thrusting out his hand with a crushing force push. Rat Harry's body sailed backward like a ragdoll and slammed into the rooftop with a brutal impact. His lightsaber flew from his hand and landed neatly in Anakin's free grasp. As Anakin advanced on the downed Sith Lord, the rooftop bathed in the red and purple glow of his twin blades, a voice called out. "Never have I witnessed such raw power. The day and this planet are yours. I freely pass the scepter." Rat Harry shouted, still on the ground. He struggled upright, his breathing labored. With a flick of his wrist, he used the force to snap Agent Delicon's neck. The agent's body collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. "The threat Delicon posed to you and your master has died with him," Rat Harry said, bowing on one knee. "I hope that gesture ingratiates me in some way." Anakin loomed over him, the red blade humming inches from his face. He stood there, silent, contemplating. He could kill Rat Harry now. End him. But it would be a waste. He might be useful. "You shouldn't have killed him," Anakin finally said, his voice cold. Rat Harry looked up, surprised. "Why? Baris would not have accepted a show of mercy. You must not cross him, yet." Then, a smirk. "It's clear to me now someday, you will rise above your master. It is you, not I, who will be Darth Baris's end. Grant me mercy, that I may live to see it. Honor me with a small hand in it." Anakin's expression barely shifted, but in his mind, he knew, yes. This was worth it. He tossed Rat Harry's lightsaber back to him. "I make you my minion," Anakin declared, his voice firm. "To be called into service when I see fit." Rat Harry caught the saber and lowered his head. "Yes. I shall wait with patience for your summons. I leave you to your business, my lord. Remember I am at your disposal, whenever you may seek to topple Baris." He rose, bowed low, and turned to go. Anakin called after him, "From here on, that is your only interest in the galaxy." Rat Harry paused, smiling faintly. "You have siphoned all other ambition from me," he said, before disappearing into the shadows. Commander Nolan approached next, lowering his blaster. "All right, Sith. Now no one's left but you and your friends, and me and my men. Your objective's been met. May we go?" Anakin reached out his hand. Nolan blinked in surprise, then took it. "You've served me well, Commander," Anakin said. "Leave in peace." The commander nodded. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but I see now why you were a Republic war hero in the unknown region. It's been a weird honor fighting by your side. He turned to his men. All right, boys, you heard the Sith. Let's get back to our neck of the woods. The Republic squad withdrew, jetpacks roaring to life. Vet walked up to Anakin with Rex. Glad that's finally over, she sighed. Maybe now we can get back to the ship and off this rock, hey. Rex nodded. I'm with her. Anakin raised a brow. You haven't enjoyed Nar Shaddaa, Vet. Vet wrinkled her nose. What's to enjoy? It's dark, it's scummy, and it gives me the creeps. I just want to curl up in my quarters and sleep for a week. Time skip, aboard the ship. Anakin stood before the flickering hologram of Darth Baris, whose form loomed tall in the darkened chamber. You have done well, my apprentice, Baris said, his voice heavy with dark satisfaction. Del Econ eliminated. Lord Rat Harry dispelled. This will be a day long remembered. He paused. The loss of Holly Drell Setson is unfortunate, but the ends far justify the means. And her sacrifice is not important now. You have successfully removed both of my compromised agents. Baris leaned in slightly. The time has come to set our sights on Nomen Carr, and his gifted Padawan. It seems our adversary is of like mind. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Nomen Carr has been busy. Anakin kept his posture still. Of course Carr had been active. He knew of the tracker, he just hadn't expected Baris to find it too. No matter. He would deal with it. I wouldn't expect him to be complacent, Anakin replied evenly. Good, Baris growled. Then you're less likely to be caught unaware. It appears your ship is being tracked. A sophisticated sensor is reporting your every move. I've traced the signal to a spaceport not far from your position. Baris's eyes glinted. I'm sure Nomen Carr is involved. It seems likely, Anakin responded. I've sent the coordinates to your ship's mainframe, Baris said. Head there immediately. Dock with the station, and make a lasting impression. With that, Baris's image flickered and vanished. Time skip. The ship tore out of hyperspace with a violent jolt, rocketing toward the looming station before forcefully docking into place with a metallic screech. Anakin and Rex volunteered to lead the assault while Vet opted for some much-needed rest, and Quinn remained on the ship to monitor for any potential reverse boarding attempts during their absence. Anakin and Rex advanced through the sterile corridors of the station, their boots echoing with grim intent. Republic troopers rushed to intercept them, but Anakin, with a snap hiss, ignited his crimson blade. The saber blurred in his grip, cleaving through armor and flesh alike with ruthless efficiency. One trooper collapsed to his knees, clutching his wounds only for Anakin to finish him with a swift, merciless stroke. Beside him, Rex was a whirlwind of blaster fire, his dual pistols barking in tandem as he gunned down an advancing squad. Their bodies thudded to the floor one by one. Spotting another wave closing in, Rex seized the corpse of a fallen soldier, hoisting him up to use as a makeshift shield while returning fire with unrelenting precision. Then, with chilling calm, he unfastened a grenade from the body's belt, rigged it, and hurled the lifeless corpse toward the remaining squad. The resulting explosion tore through the hallway, sending limbs and armor flying, instant death for all caught in its wake. Anakin's eyes burned with focus as he extended a hand, using the force to lift the final squad into the air. Their screams were brief. He crushed them mid-flight, slamming their twisted forms against the steel wall with lethal force. The hallway fell silent, save for the sizzle of scorched metal and the distant hum of emergency lights. They approached a massive blast door. With a thrust of Anakin's hand, it flew open with a thunderous clang, revealing a dimly lit control room. Inside, a man was speaking nervously to an older figure projected via hologram. The older man's voice was cool and composed. What seems to be the trouble, Hirosho? Tell me why you're so concerned. Hirosho's reply came fast, tinged with panic. Master Carr, you said we'd remain undetected, but the ship we've been tracking for you? It's here. The hologram flickered slightly as the elder Jedi, now clearly no men Carr, tried to reassure him. Calm your fear, Hirosho. Panic serves no one. I will address your visitor when the time comes. That time arrived with a sudden, ominous presence. Anakin stepped into view, his voice steady and cold. The time is upon you. I am here. Say your piece. Hirosho turned, visibly shaken. Okay, you never told me we were tracking a Sith. No men Carr's voice hardened, though he remained composed. You were given all the details necessary to perform your duties. Now, please remain silent. Sith, I know who you are. The so-called hero with no fear. The Jedi killer. The apprentice of Darth Baris. I am Jedi Master Nomen Carr. Do you know me? Anakin narrowed his eyes. Of course he knew Carr, but he wasn't about to give him that satisfaction. Would you be disappointed if I didn't? Carr's tone remained calm, but there was a subtle edge to his words. Baris and I have a long history. We keep tabs on one another. When I learned he'd taken a new apprentice, I began my investigation. These men were only monitoring equipment, just following orders. There's no need for bloodshed here. Anakin scoffed silently. Innocent? They'd tracked his ship, opened fire, and now Carr wanted to play the moral card? I feel an overwhelming need for bloodshed. Carr's composure cracked. Hirosho, defend yourself. The Sith attacks. The men raised their weapons, but it was already too late. Anakin clenched his fist, lifting the two guards into the air. Their necks snapped with sickening cracks before he smashed them together midair, killing them instantly. Hirosho stood paralyzed in terror, fumbling with his blaster only to freeze as a crimson blade emerged through his chest. Anakin pulled it free, deactivated it, and clipped it to his belt in one fluid motion. Carr looked utterly horrified. He tried to compose himself, but the shock was evident. What an excessive display! Those men were unarmed and defenseless. Anakin tilted his head slightly, unimpressed. Was this Jedi blind, or just stupid? Unarmed? They literally just pointed blasters at me. Their deaths are on your head, Carr. And they were hardly unarmed. Carr's voice was icy with denial. A sad attempt to deflect responsibility, Sith. I will honor Hirosho and the others by dedicating myself to thwarting you and your master. Anakin sneered. This is exactly why I hate the Jedi, always preaching peace while standing knee-deep in their own hypocrisy. He refuses to see his own hand in this. Then let me spare you the embarrassment, you will fail. And they will have died for absolutely nothing. Carr shook his head. Your confidence is misplaced. You have no idea what you're up against. That ignorance will be your undoing. Anakin chuckled darkly. Your Padawan's powers are a sham. She's leading you on a wild witch hunt. Carr sighed, the weight of truth beginning to show. So, you know more than I thought. I suppose Baris has you chasing my Padawan. How unfortunate. I've kept her identity and location hidden even from the Council. You're flailing in the dark. But understand this, she is of supreme importance. I will not let any harm come to her. Anakin smirked. I'd expect nothing less. Carr straightened, regaining a measure of authority. In that case, I will exceed your expectations, my friend. You're about to see how resourceful I can be. 3 Republic troopers entered, drawing their vibroblades with practiced precision. Carr raised his voice. These soldiers are among the Republic's finest. Surrender now, and the Jedi Council will show you leniency. Anakin laughed. Leniency? Please. The Jedi Council would sooner strip my mind bare and call it mercy. I find the very idea preposterous. Carr's tone turned grim. Then you leave me no choice. Men, take this Sith down. By any means necessary. Without hesitation, Anakin launched into a backflip, somersaulting cleanly over the heads of the Republic troopers. Before they could even react, he landed gracefully behind them and, with a single, fluid sweep of his crimson blade, decapitated all three in one motion. Their heads rolled across the floor in eerie silence as their bodies collapsed in a synchronized thud. Unbothered, Anakin turned and walked back toward the hollow projector, his expression calm-cold. Nomen Carr's hologram flickered slightly, but his voice remained steady. As I suspected. It's a shame you betrayed the order. Darth Baris has found himself a singularly vicious weapon in you. Still, this encounter has provided me with valuable insight. I'll be prepared next time, Sith. Anakin gave a low, amused chuckle. Whatever you say. I'll wait right here, Carr. Come and face me now. Carr shook his head. Jedi do not seek out battle. That's a lesson you seem to have forgotten. My place is by my Padawan's side, teaching her the ways of the Force, honing her talents. I will do everything in my power to keep her hidden from you. Anakin's tone turned sharp, cutting through the air like his blade. I'm talking to a dead man. Carr narrowed his eyes. Until we meet again. Without wasting another second, Anakin accessed the station's terminal and activated the self-destruct sequence. The countdown began as warning sirens wailed through the corridors. Anakin and Rex made their swift retreat back to the ship. As the vessel detached from the station and veered off into space, the entire structure erupted behind them in a violent explosion, its metal hull shredded and consumed by fire and vacuum. No one survived. Rex disappeared to his quarters, likely to clean his weapons or catch some rest, while Anakin moved to the central hollow projector. He stood silently as the device whirred to life, and the holographic form of Darth Baris appeared before him. Apprentice, Baris began, his voice heavy with urgency, now that Nomen Carr knows we're after his Padawan, we must act without delay. He took the girl from her homeworld Alderaan. Her training took place on Tatooine. I have agents on both planets digging for leads. Anakin's jaw clenched at the mention of Tatooine. That cursed planet always dragged him back. Pain, loss, the scars of his past. Tatooine was soaked in all of it. Every time he thought of that sun-blasted hellscape, he felt his rage coil just beneath the surface. Baris continued without pause. Find the people who know her. Someone means enough to the girl that she may come out of hiding to protect them. Anakin forced himself to focus, his voice low and determined. I'll obliterate everything she knows. Baris nodded, seemingly pleased. I am confident in your success. The Padawan's training is incomplete. She is vulnerable. The anguish you inflict will flush her out. And when she surfaces, you will kill her. And her master. But Anakin, ever strategic, allowed a thought to slip through. Perhaps the Padawan can be turned. I know the order. I lived within it for most of my life. I understand its weaknesses. Baris raised a hand to his chin, thoughtful. Her power would be a considerable asset. If subjected to enough torment, her true nature might surface. But be warned, she is dangerous. As long as she lives, she's a threat. Seduction to the dark side is not a game for the unprepared. If even a sliver of doubt lives in your heart, it could backfire disastrously. Anakin's gaze hardened. My heart is immune to doubt. Baris's voice deepened, nearly a growl. Do not deny doubt. It feeds the dark side just as well as any other emotion. You have yet to face a Jedi master of this region's. Their supposed righteousness and dead-eyed serenity disgusting. And Nomen Carr is no ordinary master. In facing him, you will either unearth a deep, burning hatred strong enough to overcome anything, or you will fall. Anakin smirked faintly. It will be an interesting experience. Baris leaned forward slightly. Ensure the experience yields results that interest me. Now go. Tatooine and Alderaan await. Discover the Padawan's identity. Destroy her. With that, the hologram flickered once, then vanished, leaving Anakin alone in the glow of the projector. His path forward was clear and drenched in shadow. Anakin entered his quarters aboard the ship, the door sliding shut behind him with a hiss of finality. The air inside was still, quiet, almost reverent. He approached his workbench, the metallic surface gleaming under the dim ambient lighting. With deliberate movement, he laid out the components before him, each piece essential, each one meticulously chosen. Alongside them, resting alone on the cold metal, was the dark red kyber crystal he had taken from the infinite engine on Nar Shaddaa. It pulsed faintly, as though aware of the power it would soon unleash. Anakin knelt before the bench, folding his legs beneath him into a meditative stance. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, allowing the force to flow through him, violent, steady, and cold. Images flashed in his mind, triumphs drenched in blood, betrayals that had forged his path, visions of domination, loss, and power. He focused on them all: his goals, his regrets, his hatred, his pride. Every scar he carried in body and soul fed into his concentration. The pieces before him trembled. Slowly, with precision guided not by hand but by sheer will, the lightsaber components lifted from the table and began to drift toward one another. They rotated and aligned midair, fusing piece by piece, metal locking into metal, wires coiling and threading like serpents, emitters snapping into place with magnetic resonance. The sound was mechanical poetry, a whispered song of destruction. Only one piece remained. The kyber crystal. It hovered above the nearly complete hilt, glowing with malevolent intent. As it slowly descended into the ignition chamber, Anakin's breath caught. The moment it made contact, the hilt sealed itself, the upper casing locking shut over the crystal as if the weapon itself knew its creation was sacred. It was complete. The hilt was a brutal work of art, industrial in design, forged from black and silver durasteel alloys. The grip was ridged and coarse, wrapped in a texture that fit his hand like it was made for him, and in many ways, it was lightweight, but powerful. A duelist's weapon, refined for speed, brutality, and endurance. It featured adjustable blade intensity, a precision emitter for directed strikes, and an enhanced power cycling system built for clashing with Jedi or Sith alike. Anakin reached out and summoned the saber to his palm. The hilt slapped into his grasp with satisfying weight. Without hesitation, he thumbed the ignition. Snap, hiss. A beam of deep crimson surged to life, bathing the room in its ominous glow. But this wasn't just any red, it was darker, almost pulsing like blood. The kyber crystal's connection to the infinite engine seemed to awaken something inside him. Anakin felt it immediately, an overwhelming surge of strength, of clarity, of dominance. The blade wasn't just a weapon. It was an extension of his rage, his ambition, his destiny. He twirled it effortlessly through the air, slicing invisible enemies with elegant, calculated strikes. The hum of the blade harmonized with his motion, a predator's song in perfect rhythm. Every movement sharpened his awareness. Every swing pushed him further from the man he once was. He deactivated the blade, the room returning to its dim silence. Anakin stared at the hilt for a long moment, feeling the weight of it in more ways than one. Then, with reverence, he clipped it to his belt, placing it exactly where the ancient saber had once hung. The past was gone. This lightsaber wasn't a relic. It was the future. His future. Time skip, 1 month later. Anakin had spent the time training rigorously, deepening his connection to the Force. He focused his studies on Form 7 and the art of dual-wielding lightsabers, refining both his technique and discipline. During this period, he also grew closer to his crew. Vet and Rex often spent time together, bonding and getting to know one another better. Quinn had slowly become more familiar with the group as well, though he seemed to prefer Rex's company. Occasionally, he struggled to endure Vet's teasing nature, which often chipped away at his calm, collected facade. But now, the time had come for Anakin to confront the ghosts of his past. Standing at the cockpit as the ship descended toward Tatooine, more specifically, the Mozanek spaceport, Anakin let out a long, deliberate sigh before moving toward the central holo projector. The holographic image of Darth Baris flickered to life before him. Baris. The sands of Tatooine await you, apprentice. Since our interrogation of the Republic agent on Dramund Kos, I have learned much. I've deduced that Nomenkar brought his Padawan, Jasa Wilsam, to Tatooine to train under a legendary Jedi master named Yon Lach. Years ago, I urged the Dark Council to eliminate this Jedi. They refused, and Yon Lach vanished into hiding here. Tatooine is where he remains. Anakin, his voice darker than usual, asked coldly. What should I do with him once I track him down? Baris. Yon Lach is the one who awakened the Padawan's unique power. Because of this, the two share a special bond. Find him and destroy him. Anakin's expression turned grim. I will bring the old man to his knees, he growled. Baris. Nomenkar clutches tightly to his precious prize. So, we'll draw her out by obliterating everything she holds dear. My servant, Sherrick Breve, will guide you. She's eccentric in acquired taste, but give her the benefit of the doubt. Anakin scoffed. I'm making no promises. If she slows me down, I'm leaving her behind. Baris. I often indulge your whims, apprentice, so long as you continue to deliver results. But in this case, mold yourself closely to my instructions. That is all. Before carrying out his mission, Anakin decided to speak with his crew. He made his way to the cockpit and approached Quinn. Anakin. You wished to speak? Quinn bowed respectfully. Yes, my lord. I wanted to update you on the ship's condition. Thanks to my recent optimizations, it's now operating at peak efficiency. Anakin. Glad to hear it. Keep it that way. Quinn. I fully intend to, my lord. But Anakin was already growing weary of the stiff, formal tone. Your demeanor is starting to get on my nerves, Captain. Try loosening up. Quinn. I see. Actually, no, my lord, I don't see. Is that an order, or are you simply testing my professionalism? Anakin, now clearly annoyed, replied bluntly. I don't make requests, Quinn. Consider everything that comes out of my mouth a command. But feel free to ask for clarification before doing something stupid. Quinn seemed to take the hint. Then I will do my best to loosen up. He hesitated, then added. While we're on the subject, there's something I should probably tell you. Anakin gave a slight nod. Quinn. There's a reason I was left to languish on Bamara before you arrived. A decade ago, I served under Moff Broisk during the Battle of Druckenwell. He made a critical tactical error that nearly led to the fleet's annihilation. I disobeyed his orders and turned the tide, securing victory. Anakin. I take it the Moff didn't appreciate that. Quinn. Your insight is flawless, my lord. Broisk took credit for the win fine by me. But he then had me court-martialed for insubordination. If Darth Baris hadn't assigned me to Bamara, my career would have ended there. Since then, Broisk has personally blocked every one of my transfer requests and promotions. Anakin's expression hardened. He already had a sense that he wasn't going to like this Moff. I have no patience for fools like him. Quinn. I could say much more about him, my lord, but I believe my point is clear. I serve you now and I have no regrets. That said, I've been working on something during my spare time. You may find it of interest. Anakin. Let me be the judge of that. Quinn. Right. Years ago, I was close to capturing a notorious cis agent named Valoran. But Moff Broisk pulled me out and reassigned me to Druckenwell. I had Valoran cornered. I even briefed Broisk so he could send someone else to finish the job, but he ignored the opportunity. Anakin. Sounds personal. Quinn. Perhaps. Knowing how close I was to ending his career certainly made the years on Bamara harder to endure. But this isn't about revenge, my lord. I pursue this only for the good of the Empire. This spy has caused irreparable damage. I know his signature, and by tracking his recent activity, I've picked up his trail again. Anakin. Then it's imperative that you track him down. Don't lose him again. Quinn. Understood, my lord. I'll keep you informed of any developments. Anakin made his way down to the engine room, where he found Vet. Without any warning or context, she suddenly spoke up. Vet. What does family mean to you? I mean, does it have to be the people you're actually related to? Anakin paused for a moment, then answered thoughtfully. When you're close to people, they become family sometimes whether you want them to or not. Vet gave a small smirk. Cute. I'm going to take that as a compliment. She leaned back against a crate, her tone shifting into something more reflective. When I was working for Nock Drayan, you know, doing the whole pirate thief thing, he had a daughter around my age. Risha. Nock wasn't exactly father of the year or anything, but he'd call her princess. And I remember wishing I was her. Anakin furrowed his brow. You've only ever mentioned your mother and sister. What happened to your father? Vet shrugged, her voice quieter now. Dead. Enslaved. Disappeared. Honestly, we never really knew. Maybe that's why I wanted to be Risha. She was smart, strong, she knew how to run every system on that ship. I went everywhere with her. And suddenly, I had a sister again. For a few years, it was just me and Risha against the whole galaxy. Anyone who messed with us learned quick. Anakin nodded slowly. Memories like that, they can become the best times of your life. Or the worst. Either way, they're treasures later. Vet blinked, momentarily taken aback. Okay, who are you, and what did you do with the Sith I know? She smiled, but it didn't quite hide the emotion in her voice. Eventually Nock caught wind of some secret scheme I wasn't allowed to be part of. Whatever it was, it got both of them killed. But for a while there, I was actually happy. She shook her head. Anyway, enough of that. Anakin gave a nod and turned to leave. As he headed toward the exit, Vet and Rex moved to follow, but Anakin stopped in his tracks. He turned to face them, his voice lower, more distant now. Anakin. I need to do this alone. He slid his mask into place, sealing off the last traces of softness in his tone. Without another word, he descended the ramp of the ship into the hot, dry wind of Tatooine. Vet stared after him, confused and unsettled. What's his deal? She asked, glancing at Rex. Rex stood silently for a moment, his jaw tense, gaze fixed on the shrinking figure of Anakin in the distance. Rex. Nothing good. Vet. For who? Rex. For anyone who stands in his way. Anakin strode down the ship's ramp, his eyes narrowing as a dark-skinned human woman with striking white hair awaited him. The wind carried the stinging touch of sand across the open landing area. She stood tall and poised. The harsh sands of Tatooine welcome you, she said, her voice firm. I am Sherrick Breve. Our Lord and Master, Darth Baris, has commanded me to share what I know of this wretched planet and assist you in locating Jedi Master Yonlok. Anakin's jaw tightened. Of all the places in the galaxy, this was the last one he ever wanted to return to. His voice came sharp, cold. Just tell me where to find the Jedi. Sherrick inclined her head slightly, unfazed. It is not such a simple matter. To find Master Yonlok, you must trace the path taken by the Padawan and her master. I can tell you where they began. I followed them to the forbidden lair of the ancient sand demon, a beast of legend and terror. The Padawan left her weapons behind and entered alone. She paused, eyes narrowing with something between awe and unease. It should have been impossible. Yet, she returned. Unharmed. Anakin scoffed, folding his arms across his chest. She brought the Force with her. It's a powerful weapon. Sherrick shook her head slowly. I've witnessed the Force, but this was beyond comprehension. The sand demon is the fiercest creature on Tatooine. You don't simply walk into its lair and come out without a scratch. Anakin bristled at the implication, his tone dry and edged. Clearly, you haven't spent much time on this forsaken planet. Compared to a crate dragon, your so-called sand demon is probably a glorified womp rat. Sherrick ignored the jab and continued. I investigated further. The beast was still there, untouched, and here's what's most perplexing, its skin was glistening. Anakin's brow furrowed. Glistening? What does that even mean? Was it bleeding? Not blood, Sherrick replied. It wasn't wounded. Its body was coated in something, like a living gel. Like the layer of fluid one emerges from the womb with. Whatever happened in that cave, it defies understanding, and the Padawan and her master vanished afterward. Her eyes sharpened. There is one man who might be able to explain it. His name is Bowjeef. He's as old as the dunes themselves. Part madman, part soothsayer. Anakin's tone darkened, his words laced with menace. I want to speak to this man. Immediately. Sherrick's expression tightened. That won't be easy. Jeef lives in a remote farming settlement that's been overrun by exchange thugs. They despise the Empire for driving them out of Mos Eisley. They'll let me pass, but you? They'll attack on sight. Anakin's eyes glinted with fury. Then I'll kill every last one of them. No mercy. Sherrick looked momentarily uneasy, but nodded. Then I'll meet you at Bowjeef's hut. Without another word, she turned and disappeared into the crowded spaceport streets. Anakin wandered through the Mosanek settlement, the heat pressing down like a weight. As he walked, an Imperial officer approached, bowed, and spoke crisply. My lord, welcome to Tatooine. If you have a moment, I can direct you to the research center. Anakin's patience was already wearing thin. Just being here churned old anger to the surface. Still, he had a feeling this wouldn't be a complete waste of time. I wasn't aware there was a research center, he said flatly. Your apologies, my lord, the officer stammered. Most of the Imperial traffic we receive is for the archaeological expedition. Security personnel, scientific instruments, they don't tell me what it's all for. If you're staying long, you might want to speak with Captain Gola. We wouldn't want to interfere with Sith business. Anakin exhaled slowly, his voice resigned. Maybe it'll distract me from the misery of this place. I'll visit your captain. These are the coordinates, my lord, the officer said, quickly handing them over. I'll alert the center that you may be coming. Anakin made his way to the Imperial Research Facility. As he entered, the building buzzed with low activity and the hum of equipment. He stepped into a room just as the captain's voice rang out. Keela, I need those water readings. We won't get resupplied without that report. A human woman snapped to attention. Sorry, sir. I'll check them as soon as I can, sans clogging the gauges. The captain muttered a curse. Blast it. Bring in some local techs, see if they can fix it while I greet our guest. As the woman exited, he turned and faced Anakin. My lord Barton Gola, Imperial Reclamation Service. I've led digs on Zyast, Malachor II, Nim Drovis, but throw in some heat and sand, and everything falls apart. Anakin crossed his arms again. The officer at the spaceport called this a research center. Gola gave a dry chuckle. Not quite up to standard, but yes, Mos Eisley is our current base of operations. At that moment, an elderly man in tattered robes entered the room, his eyes gleaming with a sickly Sith yellow. Captain, you should have told me we had a guest. You know how much I enjoy company. He turned his gaze to Anakin, his smile unsettling. Captain Gola and his team answer to me. I am Darth Sildhar, the old Sith declared, his voice like gravel dragged across metal. These are my hands digging and scraping where I cannot. We came to Tatooine not for conquest, but for revelation. A mystery of dead men and desert secrets. And through them, power. That last word caught Anakin's attention. Power. That was something he understood and desired. His interest sharpened as he stepped forward. I've come to Tatooine under the banner of Darth Baris. Darth Sildhar gave a slow, knowing nod. I know your master. Perhaps, then, we can find common ground. He turned, pacing slightly, hands clasped behind his back. Not long ago, the Empire recovered a damaged shuttle adrift in deep space. It bore markings from a Cherka Corporation research base located here, on Tatooine. Captain Gola, standing beside him, added, Cherka claimed their dig had uncovered the find of the Millennium Ancient devices with energy output rivaling a sun. But only a month after launching that shuttle, their entire base vanished. They never came back. Sildhar's gaze darkened. Somewhere in this forsaken wasteland lies a power capable of destroying worlds, or remaking the galaxy. My team intends to find that base, and with it, the so-called artifacts. We will uncover their secrets. He turned to Anakin with a subtle smile. Will you join us? Anakin nodded slowly. If such power exists here, then I will claim it. Sildhar let out a delighted chuckle. Ha! Excellent! Our family grows, Captain. Gola grunted, not quite as enthusiastic. If you say so, my lord. Welcome to the team. Sildhar continued, voice growing more animated. Now, scattered across the desert, nestled within caves, dwell a people known as the Sons of Pulawa. A ritualistic and disciplined tribe. They came to Tatooine to test themselves against the harshest conditions imaginable. Anakin tilted his head. Test themselves how? They pound their fists into the sand, draw water from deep beneath the earth without vaporators, the kind of madness you'd expect from zealots, Sildhar replied. But more importantly, they possess something we need. A clue to Cherka's fate. He turned to Gola. What did you call them, Captain? Gola answered without hesitation. Experimental battle droids. Outfitted with turbolasers, shields, who knows what else. War machines, possibly left behind by Cherka and rebuilt by the Sons of Pulawa. Sildhar nodded grimly. Precisely. Droids with advanced programming and unknown tech, potential keys to the missing base. Unfortunately, the tribals are less than cooperative. Anakin's voice dropped, dark and resolute. Leave that to me. Gola added a warning. Since the Empire took Mos Eisley, the Sons have branded us invaders. They shoot on sight, no negotiations, no warnings. Sildhar waved it off with a flick of his hand. And why should that stop you? If those droids truly originate from Cherka, I want their secrets. Tear them apart. Dissect their workings. Bring Captain Gola their verbo-brains intact. They'll lead us to the base we seek. His voice lowered, full of promise and menace. Go now. And return when you hold power in your hands. Anakin gave a single, sharp nod and turned on his heel, cloak billowing behind him as he strode out into the sun-scorched streets of Mos Eisley. He decided to head toward Jeef's hut before making his way to the Sons of Pulawa. The roar of his speeder echoed across the desolate sands of Tatooine, slicing through the arid air like a blade. Dust spiraled in his wake as Anakin raced toward the remote settlement, the twin suns casting long shadows over the dunes. He brought the speeder to a screeching halt just outside the ramshackle cluster of huts where exchange thugs stood lazily on guard, clutching blasters with the practiced slouch of men too confident for their own good. Anakin dismounted in one fluid motion, his cloak billowing slightly with the wind. One of the thugs squinted at him, a sneer forming on his scarred face. Hey, ain't you a little lost, man? Anakin didn't respond. He walked forward, unbothered, his gaze fixed ahead. Hey, you deaf or just stupid? The thug called out louder. You lose some screws out in this heat? Wait, hold up, you a Sith? Before the thug could draw breath for another word, Anakin's dark crimson lightsaber ignited with a sharp hiss. He extended one hand, using the force to yank the thug off his feet and impale him on the blade mid-air. The thug let out a strangled cry before falling limp, lifeless, sliding off the saber as smoke rose from the cauterized wound. The sizzling death cry hadn't gone unnoticed. Shouts erupted from within the settlement as the remaining exchange thugs spilled out, weapons drawn. One of them, wide-eyed, bellowed, "It's a Sith, boys. Let's carve up the imp and send him back to the Imperial bastards in pieces." They laughed nervous, manic, and opened fire. Streams of red blaster bolts screamed through the air in a deadly barrage, but Anakin stood his ground, a phantom in the chaos. His lightsaber whirled with lethal precision, deflecting the searing bolts back at his attackers. Screams erupted as redirected fire struck down several thugs, their bodies crumpling into the coarse sand, smoke rising from charred flesh. Panic spread like wildfire. "He ain't dyin'," one thug cried in desperation, right before Anakin closed the distance and, with a savage, unrelenting stroke, cleaved him clean in half. Another dropped his weapon and screamed, "He's a monster," only to be silenced mid-breath as Anakin's blade slashed through him with terrifying ease. Anakin's pace quickened. He became a blur, a vengeful specter. He appeared and vanished between them, cutting down his enemies faster than their minds could register his movements. Flesh parted, metal clattered, and screams were choked off in gurgling gasps. Within seconds, only 3 remained. They dropped their weapons, trembling, their confidence shattered. One fell to his knees, sobbing. "Please, please! Don't kill us, man! We'll talk, we'll do anything." But mercy was never an option. With a mere thought, Anakin crushed the air in 2 of their throats. A sickening snap echoed as their necks twisted violently, their bodies collapsing lifelessly into the sand. The last one, filthy, groveling, crawled backward, eyes wide with primal terror. "Please, man, I'll tell you anything. You want credits? I got credits, tons of 'em, just let me go." Anakin didn't even flinch. He stepped forward, raised his saber, and with a single, merciless slash, ended the man's pleading. The thug fell back, smoke curling from the fatal wound, silence settling once more over the blood-stained sand. Without hesitation, Anakin turned and strode toward the hut, his lightsaber still humming as he vanished inside. When he stepped into the dimly lit hut, his eyes scanned the shadows, instincts honed and senses sharp. Detecting no immediate threat, he calmly extinguished his lightsaber, the searing blood-red glow vanishing into nothingness as he clipped the hilt back onto his belt with a metallic click. The air inside was dry, pungent with sand and age. Moving further, he entered a modest living area, where an old man stood beside Baris' contact. The elder was speaking aloud, his voice weathered but clear. "The world is weeping. And the tears evaporate in the heat of our sins." Sherrick's brow furrowed as she corrected him, confusion lacing her voice. "I think you mean from the heat of our sons, Izibao." But the old man responded instantly, his tone unyielding. "No, child. There is a dark presence newly arrived on Tatooine. The sands cry out his name, though not yet etched into their memory. His hatred transcends time. He is an anomaly, one that should not be here. At least, not yet." At that moment, Sherrick noticed him. Anakin had arrived, his imposing presence filling the room like a shadow stretching into eternity. "Ah, Sith! You made it," she said. "The hostiles outside were clearly no match for you." Anakin's voice was cold, tinged with a lethal edge. "They tried to stop me. They failed." The old man, Jeef, responded cryptically. "Failure can be contagious, and difficult to purge once it takes root." Anakin's voice sharpened, his tone a warning cloaked in ice. "You'd do well to watch your mouth, old man," he said, the Ravan mask hiding his face but not the venom in his words. Jeef nodded slowly, unshaken. "I do not fear death. But I do fear your presence here. You are the Seeker, are you not?" Sherrick interjected, her tone steadier now. The one searching for the Jedi's purpose in the lair of the Sand Demon. That is correct, Anakin replied. And I expect answers. Now. Jeef's eyes narrowed. The spoiled child often grows lazy. Anger flashed through Anakin's voice like a blade drawn too fast. You're skating on thin ice, old man. Don't push your luck. But Jeef didn't flinch. He turned away, unaffected. Sherrock, visibly sweating, stepped between them with urgency. Please, Izibao. Speak quickly. Tell my friend what you know. I'll stay behind to hear the rest of your wisdom. Jeef exhaled through his nose and finally relented. Very well. Gather close. Few know the truth, Tatooine was once a place brimming with the light side of the Force. Jedi would make pilgrimages here for renewal, for purification. The sands still whisper of a rite known as the demon's blood. Anakin listened, the mere thought of Jedi walking this accursed planet igniting a storm of loathing in his chest. Still, a suspicion crept into his mind. Qui-Gon's discovery of him on this forsaken world, could it have been mere chance? Explain this ritual, he demanded. Jeef nodded solemnly. The demon's blood. A Jedi, in search of enlightenment, would slay a sand demon, bathe in its fresh blood, and then walk alone into the village of the Savage Ones. Anakin's eyes narrowed, brimming with rage. Not many outside the planet knew the term Savage Ones referred to the Tusken Raiders. The implication was grotesque Jedi, consorting with the very monsters who had once destroyed his life. A poisonous thought flickered through his mind, did the Jedi orchestrate my mother's death? But even in his wrath, he dismissed it. No. Too absurd. Even for them. Jeef continued, undeterred. Humbled by the demon slayer's presence, the Savage Ones would guide the Jedi toward personal revelation, and the object of their quest. Anakin gestured toward Sherrock. According to her, he said, voice low with menace, the Padawan didn't kill the beast. Are you suggesting she lied to me? Jeef's expression did not change. Perhaps, there is another method. Another way to anoint oneself in the beast's blood. You'll have to discover it yourself if you care to. He paused. To learn where this Jedi girl has gone, you must complete the ritual. Only then might the Savage Ones speak. Anakin's thoughts swirled in quiet fury. There's no crifing way I'm speaking to the Raiders. He clenched his jaw. Even if, by some miracle, they didn't attack me on sight, trusting them would be suicide. But I'm running out of options. Your cooperation has been noted, he said flatly. Jeef pressed his palms together, in either reverence or caution. Tread carefully on my desert. It has endured far more than you can imagine. Sherrock tapped a few commands into her personal console, then handed over a data pad. Here are the coordinates you'll need. After you face the Sand Demon, I'll meet you at the Sand People compound. If the legend proves true, and they truly have something to offer, I want to see it with my own eyes. Anakin said nothing. Without another word, he turned and strode out of the hut, the shadows seeming to follow him into the heat-choked night. He exited the hut, the dry, scorching wind of Tatooine sweeping against the faceplate of his helmet like the breath of a dying world. Without hesitation, Anakin strode out of the desolate village and mounted his speeder. Damn Tusken Raiders, he muttered, though his rage simmered beneath the surface, barely restrained. He forced himself to push that fury aside for now. He had more pressing matters. He needed to retrieve the critical components from the droids that the Sons of Pulawa had scavenged. The speeder roared to life, its repulsor lift thrumming as it carved a path across the golden dunes, a phantom in the wasteland. Sand hissed beneath it, trailing like smoke behind a ghost on a mission. Eventually, he brought the speeder to a stop. Before him loomed a jagged mountain, and built into its side like a scar on stone was the enemy base. No fanfare. No words. The Pulawa guards standing at the entrance spotted him and immediately opened fire. Without even igniting his saber, Anakin sidestepped the bolts with inhuman precision, his body weaving through the hail of energy like a spectre untouched by death. He extended a hand and, with a subtle flick of thought, crushed both guards' windpipes simultaneously. Their gasps never reached his ears. They collapsed like puppets with cut strings. Their corpses hovered lifelessly around him as he advanced, suspended midair by the dark will of the Force. "It's a Sith," one of the guards shouted from deeper inside. "Kill him! Raise the alarms!" But they never got the chance. Anakin raised his free arm, dark energy sparking along his fingertips before erupting in a storm of lightning. The searing blue arcs tore through the oncoming wave of Pulawa warriors, their screams drowned by the crackle of power. Their bodies were hurled back like rag dolls, colliding with walls and columns, crumpling into heaps of flesh and armor. He didn't blink. Didn't hesitate. Anakin strode deeper into the mountain stronghold, cutting down anyone foolish enough to stand in his path. Crimson and smoke trailed behind him, painting his march in death. From the darkness, heavy steps echoed. Shielded droids emerged, their hulking frames bristling with cannons. They locked onto him and opened fire. But Anakin was already moving. He flung the bodies that still orbited him forward, meat and bone used as unwilling shields, deflecting the barrage just long enough. His gaze narrowed. He clenched a fist and, with a telekinetic roar, crushed the droids into warped metal husks, their mechanical screams dying as sparks rained to the floor. Without pause, he moved on. He came to a droid pinned against the wall, its systems sputtering, limbs twitching. Anakin knelt, hands working with practiced efficiency, tearing the unit open and extracting its core components, data chips, memory banks, each one essential. Behind him, boots echoed. He rose slowly, turning his head just enough to acknowledge the two figures now standing at the edge of the corridor. Both were human. Hardened. Grim-faced. The first to speak was a bearded man with sun-worn tan skin and piercing green eyes. "I am Free Herwan of the Sons of Pulawa," he declared, voice firm but measured. "You have won this battle, and I call for parley. You've brutalized our holdings. Tell us, why do our wives and children weep? Let this feud be marked with honor." Anakin stood to his full height, eyes cold beneath the mask. "Your battle droid carried data I needed," he said flatly. Juan's eyes narrowed. "Then you fight for resources. There are worse causes." He paused, then added with veiled meaning, "We know about the Empire's expedition. Whatever you're searching for, you won't find it. The desert protects its own. We won't stop you from leaving, but know this: beware Tatooine. And beware our vengeance. You've made enemies today." Anakin chuckled, low and sharp, a dark rasp that echoed like a death knell through the corridor. "No," he said, voice ablade, "you signed your death warrant. You won't live long enough to seek revenge." Juan's face twisted in fury. "You dare mock us? Your bloodlust will lead you to ruin." But Anakin didn't argue. With a mere flicker of thought, both men's necks snapped like twigs. They dropped without a sound, crumpled at his feet like discarded parchment. He turned away without looking back, striding toward his speeder. "If these so-called sons of Pulawa get in my way again, they will die for it." Anakin mounted his speeder, the engine growling to life beneath him, and tore off across the barren sands toward his next destination. The twin sons of Tatooine loomed overhead like judgmental eyes, casting long shadows across the dunes as the wind howled around him like whispers of the dead. Eventually, he arrived at the Imperial Research Center, an obsidian blot of modern engineering amidst the endless wasteland. Inside, Darth Sither stood in the central chamber, speaking calmly to one of his subordinates. "What's wrong, Hal?" the elder Sith inquired, his voice low and smooth like oiled stone. "I can sense your fear." The younger man, nervous, pale, lowered his gaze, voice trembling. Sorry, my lord. I'm just remembering Zyest. The time I was buried alive. It still lingers." Sither's lips curled into a pleased smirk, the faintest trace of cruelty behind it. "That's good," he said softly. Use that fear, Hell. Let it drive you, forge you. Hell nodded, the tension in his shoulders still evident as he excused himself and walked off. Sithar turned then, his smile broadening at the sight of Anakin striding into the room. Ah, did you bring us the droid mind, my boy? Anakin's voice was steady, flat, and cold as steel. I obtained the parts. But, the retrieval stirred the tribals. Sithar waved a hand dismissively, as if brushing away smoke. That is of no concern. The sons of Pulawa are a dying breed. They will not trouble us. No. I sense far more important things on the horizon. His tone grew reverent, almost prophetic. Cherka's discovery, it still resonates. Ripples through the Force. We will uncover it together. I can feel it. Captain Gola entered just then, sharp and efficient in his posture. Let's get the verbobrains analyzed, my lord. Keela. Anakin handed over the scavenged components to Keela, the technician who stood nearby at her console. She immediately began interfacing with the system, placing the fractured droid parts into the scanning chamber. Her fingers danced across the controls, face lit by the soft blue glow of data streams. After a moment, she looked up. Memory core's been wiped. The old files are gone. But it looks like the sons of Pulawa bought these droids from Jawas. Captain Gola nodded, rubbing his chin. All right, that gives us our next lead. The Jawas may have a trail leading back to the Cherka base. Anakin, despite the simmering frustration in his chest, had to maintain the illusion. He couldn't reveal too much. His voice remained neutral, tinged with a hint of disdain. What's a Jawa? Sithar responded, amused by the question. Native scavengers. Primitive, yes, but uncanny in their mastery of machinery. They live by trading in scraps and secrets. Gola added his own insight, tone clipped and pragmatic. They swarm during trade seasons, like insects. Selling droid parts, fusion cells, generators, then vanish back into the dunes like ghosts. Sithar's expression grew distant, almost reverent. In my meditations, I've seen them. A specific band that still lingers near the outskirts of this city. Find them. I must return to my meditations. Anakin bowed his head slightly. Very well then. I will hunt them. Through fire and dust, they will not escape me. Sithar nodded, a glimmer of pride in his eye. Yes. No savage can elude a Sith such as yourself. With a slow turn, the Sith Lord drifted away into the inner chambers, his robes sweeping the polished floor behind him like a shadow. Captain Gola stood straighter, issuing the next orders. Show the verbobrains to the Jawas. See if they can identify the source. They won't have formal records, but they're clever little things. Good hunting. He added with a smirk, and stay hydrated. Stay safe. Stay cautious. Anakin offered a curt nod. Then, without another word, he turned and strode from the research center, the heavy blast doors hissing open as the searing light of Tatooine's wastelands greeted him once again. Anakin stepped out into the sweltering light of Tatooine, the twin suns baking the duracrete beneath his boots. As he moved away from the research center, a figure approached cloaked in a black trench coat, layered in tactical gear, face shadowed beneath a hood. Hey, Jack! Didn't think I'd find you here, the man said, a trace of amusement in his voice. Anakin's expression didn't shift, but he recognized the voice instantly. Thrawn. He decided to play along for now. Maintaining his cover was more valuable than confrontation. It's been a while, Anakin replied, adopting a casual tone. We should hit the cantina. Grab a drink, catch up. Thrawn smiled faintly. Exactly what I had in mind. Seems we think alike. They made their way through the dust-choked streets toward the local cantina, a rough establishment nestled between worn sandstone buildings and half-buried power converters. Inside, the air was thick with smoke and the buzz of off-world music. They took their seats at the bar, ordering 2 glasses of blue milk from a bartender who looked too tired to question the pairing. Anakin leaned in slightly, lowering his voice to a whisper only Thrawn could hear. "You know I'm going to make you pay for ditching me with Horrid," Anakin muttered, venom laced beneath the calm tone. "What was the big idea? She's completely deranged." Thrawn remained composed, his posture relaxed. "I apologize if I caused any discomfort," he replied evenly. "But your sacrifice was not in vain. With her attention on you, I had just enough time to dismantle the Eagle Network's operations on Bomara and Nar Shaddaa." He slid a day-top hat across the bar and continued. "Jadis is involved. I recovered encrypted logs placing him in direct contact with the Eagle. The timestamps align precisely with his absences from Imperial records and known movements." Anakin's brow furrowed. "That's good. Doesn't tell us the full scope of his plan, but it's something." He took a sip of his drink, eyes narrowing. "I can confirm Horrid isn't working with her father or the network. If anything, she's just a pawn. Dangerous, but irrelevant so long as she stays out of our way." Thrawn nodded. "That narrows the field. However, there's been a troubling development. The Eagle Network isn't just infiltrating the Empire. They've embedded themselves within the heart of the Republic. Senators. Military intelligence. Deep access." Anakin sighed, frustration bleeding into his tone. "No matter. We stick to the mission, dismantle the network, piece by piece. You continue your operations. When the time comes, call me, and we'll end this. Permanently." Thrawn inclined his head. "Agreed." For a time, they sat in silence, the cantina alive with the hum of music, the murmur of patrons, and the clink of glasses. Thrawn watched Anakin intently, his calculating gaze lingering a moment too long. Anakin noticed. "What?" he snapped, his voice edged. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Thrawn blinked. "My apologies if I made you uncomfortable," he said calmly. "You just seem tense. Is everything all right, General Skywalker?" Anakin's hand tightened around his glass, a faint tremble in the Force making the liquid inside ripple. This planet always brought out the worst in him. The heat, the sand, the ghosts. "I'm fine, Thrawn," he said through clenched teeth. "You should focus on eliminating the Eagle's presence here. That's your priority." Thrawn studied him for a moment longer, then nodded slowly, understanding that pressing the matter would be a mistake. The bartender returned, placing another glass of blue milk in front of Anakin. She hesitated as she poured, glancing at him uncertainly. I suggest something stronger," she offered, voice soft but nervously flirtatious. "This is a bar, and a face like yours draws attention in a place like this. You'd never have to pay for your own drinks." Anakin looked up, eyes locking onto hers. His Sith eyes blazed molten fury barely restrained behind a thin mask of composure. The bartender recoiled instantly, fear flooding her features. I'm sorry," she stammered. "I only meant it as a compliment. I didn't mean to." She quickly retreated, nearly dropping the tray as she rushed off to attend another table. Then came the yelling. 2 thugs swaggered up to a hooded girl seated just beside Anakin, their voices loud, crude, and dripping with intent. "Hey, pretty face," the larger one sneered, crossing his arms. "You don't belong here." Anakin's brow twitched. The glass on the counter began to vibrate subtly under the strain of his pressure, the Force rippling through the air like an oncoming storm. The girl remained composed, her voice calm. "I'm not looking for any trouble." The thug laughed, stepping closer. "Then you really don't belong here." Behind the bar, the same nervous bartender whispered, "Excuse me, but I suddenly feel the need to put away all the breakables." Sensing the tension building, Thrawn discreetly slid a handful of credits across the counter and stood. He gave Anakin a brief, knowing glance before making a quiet departure through the side entrance, leaving the Sith alone in the cantina, surrounded by fools who didn't yet realize just how close they stood to death. The girl raised her hands slightly, voice soft but steady, trying to de-escalate the rising tension. I'm only a weary traveler. There's plenty of room here for both of us, my friend. The thug's lip curled into a sneer, rage sparking in his eyes. You're not my friend, got it? A drunken patron nearby slammed his mug down and hooted. Now this is a matchup I can't wait to see. Emboldened by the crowd, the thug spread his arms. Hear that? You don't have any friends here. The girl didn't flinch. Instead, she calmly waved a hand in front of his face. You want to leave me alone? You want to stop bothering me? Anakin's eyes narrowed. He froze mid-motion, his hand just above the bar. A Jedi? Here? Paranoia began to coil in his chest like a serpent. Is she following me? What does she know? The thug didn't back down. If anything, her attempt enraged him further. You think that Jedi garbage works on me, he growled, turning to beckon the rest of his crew. You're really starting to piss me off. Men. 3 more thugs emerged from the haze, crude weapons in hand. The lead brute cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. Let's show pretty face what happens to people who annoy me. Anakin's patience snapped. He stood slowly, his tone glacial. It's time for you to leave, lady. He reached into his coat and drew out the Ravan mask, sliding it over his face like a death shroud. The thug chuckled. Oh, she's leaving all right. In little tiny pieces. The girl rose fluidly to her feet. In a flash, a green blade ignited with a sharp snap hiss, casting an emerald glow across her determined face. She took a defensive stance. I am Nariel Prydence, Jedi Knight, she declared. I come in peace. But I will defend myself. A Jedi. Kill her, the lead thug shrieked, voice cracking with hysteria. That was the final insult. The glass in Anakin's hand shattered, the shards scattering across the bar like icy rain. The force surged through him in a blinding flash of rage. With a mere thought, every thug's neck snapped at once, sickening cracks echoing across the cantina as their bodies crumpled lifelessly to the floor. The entire room shook with the raw fury of his presence. Anakin stood tall, his crimson lightsaber roaring to life. He stepped into an aggressive stance, his silhouette now drenched in blood-red light. Jedi, this will be your end. Nariel's eyes widened. A Sith, she muttered, surprised but undeterred. If I had known. Still, I suggest you surrender. You may not be the Sith I'm hunting, but you might know her location. I must retrieve that information one way or another. Anakin's rage climbed higher, his aura boiling. You grossly misunderstand the situation. With a roar, the force exploded outward in a massive shockwave. Tables splintered, bottles shattered, and walls cracked. Nariel was hurled through the crumbling cantina wall, landing hard in the sands beyond as the building collapsed behind her in a cloud of smoke and dust. Anakin surged forward in a blur, his blade trailing fury. Nariel scrambled to her feet just in time to block a devastating overhead slash. Their sabers clashed with a thunderous impact, sparks flying. She ducked another blow, barely avoiding being cleaved in two. Anakin spun and delivered a brutal kick to her ribs, launching her across the sand. She skidded, coughing violently, blood staining her lips. Still, she forced herself up. You're strong, she said through ragged breath. But the dark side will betray you, Sith. It always does. She launched herself at him, her lightsaber dancing with swift, precise strikes. Anakin met her blade for blade, his raw strength overwhelming her finesse. Each parry from him was like a hammer blow, each counter-strike threatened to break her guard entirely. Realizing she was being overpowered, Nariel disengaged with a retreating slash, trying to reset the pace. She launched another flurry of strikes, but Anakin blocked each with ferocious precision. She aimed an elbow toward his face mid-clash. He caught her arm with one hand, using the momentum to slam a kick into her legs. She staggered. In a blink, he was behind her, his arm locking around her neck in a vicious chokehold, her saber knocked from her hand. The red blade hovered inches from her throat. She struggled violently, hands clawing at his arm, legs thrashing in the sand. But Anakin's grip was iron. The more she resisted, the tighter it became. "You're going to die here, Jedi," he hissed in her ear. "And whoever you were hunting will never hear of your failure." She tried to scream, but it came out as a choke. Her resistance slowed. Her eyes, once burning with defiance, began to fade, hope draining away into nothing. Anakin's expression didn't change. With one final, ruthless squeeze, her body went limp. He stood silently for a moment, then with a single, brutal slash of his saber, ensured the kill. Her lifeless form collapsed in the sand, her green blade extinguished. Anakin turned, cloak billowing in the desert wind as he strode back to his speeder. The ruined cantina burned in the distance. His thoughts were already moving on, calculating, cold, and focused on his next objective. The Jedi was dead. The mission remained. Anakin guided his speeder across the ever-shifting dunes of Tatooine, the wind howling like ghosts over the endless sand. The coordinates he followed led him to a sandstone archway that marked the entrance to a small scavenger encampment. As he passed through, his eyes scanned the collection of patched-together tents and ramshackle structures and then narrowed sharply. There it was. His old starfighter, scarred from Mustafar, partially sand-blasted, but unmistakably his, stood among the clutter like a buried memory unearthed. And beside it, almost camouflaged by the grime and dust, was R2-D2. The droid's photoreceptors lit up instantly. A flurry of excited beeping erupted as R2 wheeled toward him. Anakin rushed over, a rare flicker of warmth crossing his face. "Don't worry, little guy," he murmured, resting a hand on R2's dome. "I'm getting us out of here. The ship's coming with us." R2 gave a confirming series of chirps and whistles, clearly eager to leave. But the moment was interrupted. The Jawa chieftain, draped in thick brown robes, belts full of scavenged tools jangling at his sides, was in the middle of barking orders to another Jawa. "Speak to clans. Tell them we move very soon. Quickly, quickly." Then his yellow eyes caught sight of Anakin near the ship. The small creature puffed up and stormed toward him, arms flailing. "Hey! Get away from my merchandise! No touch, only buy!" Anakin straightened, stepping protectively in front of R2 as he turned to face the furious Jawa. His voice was low, firm, and cold. "First of all, this merchandise is my property. That starfighter and droid belong to me. But that's not why I'm here." He pulled a small pouch from his belt and held it at his side. "You recently sold parts from a droid. I need to know where they came from." The Jawa crossed his arms defiantly. Droid parts? Stranger, go home. Go away. Finders keepers. That ship and that droid, most advanced things I've ever scavenged. And you want me to give them away? Ha!" He huffed, gesturing wildly toward the sun-scorched horizon. "Big travel today. Long suns. Far journey. No time for trade now." Anakin sighed and opened the pouch, letting its contents spill into the air, a dazzling shower of shimmering credit chips, worth more than most Jawas would see in a lifetime. 50 million. "Look at this," he said coolly. "An opportunity. Work with the Empire, and you might come out ahead. Take the credits. I want my ship. My droid. And the truth about those droid parts." The Jawa's tone changed instantly. His eyes nearly bulged from beneath his hood. "Now we are talking," he squeaked, scooping up the credits greedily. "Good customer. Very good deal." Anakin watched him silently, internally amused. The little fool doesn't even know what he's stumbled onto. The ship and droid alone are worth more than a dozen starports. This deal might as well be charity. The Jawa, clutching the pouch close to his chest, waved over another Jawa and began recounting what he knew. Droids came from Big Wreck, very old crash. Lost now, buried deep in sand. Jawa collectors found it, Kitty and Bat and Fa. They found droids, bones, salvage, good things. Anakin folded his arms, eyes narrowing. Tell me more. The Jawa leaned in. Rex gone. Eaten by the sand. Strangers are gone. Most parts already sold, traded long ago. But, not this. He rummaged behind a stack of crates and emerged with a sealed metallic container, scorched and scratched by time. Found this in the wreck. Lockbox. Very secure. Slightly broken, but maybe you want it. Anakin nodded slowly. You've done well. In my eyes, your clan has recovered my property and delivered something I needed. That kind of reliability is rare. But appreciated. The Jawa beamed with pride and handed over the box. Good. Very good trade, then. Anakin turned to R2. Fire up the ship. R2 beeped in affirmation, his boosters flaring briefly as he hopped into the ship's droid socket. Systems flickered to life, and the starfighter began to hum with dormant power reawakening. Anakin tapped his gauntlet, programming the speeder to drive itself away. He leapt into the cockpit just as the canopy sealed shut and the ship's engines ignited, scattering dust into the sky. As the fighter ascended into the air, Anakin looked over at R2. The Jedi. The Republic. They're enemies now. We're in the past, so act accordingly. Your systems have been updated. Something like the Separatists capturing you again won't happen. The data you carry is secure. R2 beeped once, then again, this time with a tone of hesitation, confusion perhaps, but understanding. The fighter descended outside the Imperial Research Center. Anakin disembarked swiftly, his coat fluttering as he hit the ground. R2, stay with the ship. Keep the engine hot. The droid gave a quick, loyal chirp as Anakin strode into the facility. Inside, the team was already gathered. Technicians bustled around, packing equipment. Captain Gola stood in the center, barking out orders. Hell, see to the speeders. Get the scanners loaded now. When he saw Anakin, he stepped forward with urgency. My lord. It's good to see you. Were you able to make contact with the Jawas? Anakin nodded and stepped aside, revealing the lockbox. They gave me this. It came from a Cherka transport wreck. Gola's eyes widened slightly as he approached the container, crouching beside it. He ran his hand across its weathered surface. Looks like a stasis crate. Cherka used these to transport delicate samples. Won't be easy to open, but we can get a look inside. He turned toward the technicians. Keela. Keela stepped forward with her datapad, already activating analysis protocols. We'll keep sensitivity low, don't want to pulverize anything important. Let's see what this thing is hiding. Some time later. Anakin leaned silently against the wall, arms crossed, eyes distant. Captain Gola approached quietly, holding a readout in his hand. There's definitely something inside, he said. Some kind of alien device, roughly spherical. Surrounded by a Cherka energy field. It's baffling. He glanced back at the lockbox, still humming faintly. Blasted odd. Anakin raised an eyebrow behind his Ravan mask, his voice clipped with curiosity. What about it is odd? Captain Gola, now standing beside the humming stasis crate, gestured with both arms. First scan shows the artifact is over 10,000 years old. Likely a distortion, but still, the energy readings are unstable. Inconsistent. Like it's reacting to something. Keela, fingers flying across a console nearby, glanced back while adjusting the calibration feed. Give me a few days to pop it open properly. We'll run the deep scan again once it's safe. Gola nodded. I won't bore you with the science, my lord. Lord Sithor's on a pilgrimage, his words, and we're preparing to relocate to the forward research outpost. But... He leaned in slightly. We may need you again soon. Anakin shrugged with casual menace. This mission isn't over. I'd like to see it through. Gola nodded once, appreciative. If you're heading into the desert, contact us at the first COMM station outside Mos Eisley. Lord Sithor should have a lead on the Cherka site by then. The captain sat down with a grunt, eyes drifting back toward the stasis crate. In the meantime, we've got an artifact to study. Without another word, Anakin turned and exited the facility, the dry wind howling as it greeted him again. He boarded his fighter and flew across the barren landscape, landing near a rusted-out communications station on the edge of the Dune Sea. Inside, he powered up the rental holo COMM. The device buzzed, hissed, and finally projected the flickering blue form of Captain Gola. This is Captain Gola, Reclamation Service Outpost 701. It's good to see you, my lord, Gola said quickly. My team's still searching for the Cherka base, but we've hit a snag we can't handle on our own. Anakin sighed. I've solved your problems before. I can do it again. Gola gave a grateful nod. After you left for the Jawas, Lord Sithor had a vision. Something about the natives, the Sand People. Anakin's jaw clenched behind the mask. Always the damn Tusken Raiders, he thought bitterly. Gola continued. He took a speeder into the Dune Sea, alone. But then we lost his tracking signal, right in the middle of an energy storm. Lightning. Wild, unnatural. He hesitated. We think he was summoning it. Anakin's brow furrowed. That old fool's finally cracked. Sithor, going into the wild alone to commune with lunatics? He said the Sand People and their spirit guides were the key, Gola explained. He was looking for some kind of compass. Like the one that led him to the lost temple on Zyast, or the crystal caves of Molliver. Anakin sighed again, already preparing himself to fake ignorance. The natives, he said, voice cold. What are they? What could they possibly do to Sithor? Gola shrugged helplessly. They're savages. But I wouldn't underestimate them, not in numbers. Still, it's hard to believe they could take down someone like him. The holo flickered slightly as Gola added. Find the spirit guides. Find him. If you don't, I don't see how this mission can succeed. As the signal cut out, Anakin was already moving. He knew where to go. Somewhere in the dunes, among the filth and stench of the Sand People, Sithor would be there, or what remained of him. He arrived swiftly. The speeder kicked up a storm of sand as it came to a stop just outside the Tusken compound. Without hesitation, Anakin leapt off and struck. The first guard didn't even scream, his body split open in a single brutal motion. Blaster fire cracked from a nearby tent, but Anakin was already on the shooter, his crimson blade carving a vicious arc that severed head from shoulders. The compound descended into chaos. He moved through it like a wraith, cutting down anything that moved, anything that screamed. His mind flickered. A memory surged forward. Flashback. Anakin, 19. Tusken camp. The sand reeked of blood and burning leather. The bodies of men and women lay in pieces, lifeless in the red haze. Anakin, lightsaber slick with gore, stumbled into a small tent. There they were. Huddled together. The children. Eyes wide. Crying. Trembling. Innocent. But Anakin's own eyes burned with tears and unrelenting hatred. He stepped forward, hand shaking, and began cutting fast, precise, almost merciful. Almost. He knelt afterward, breathing hard, blood soaking his hands. What have I done? He whispered. Present. Anakin pushed through the memory like a blade through sand. He entered the cave beyond the compound, a dark hollow, warm with breath and rot. At the center loomed a colossal creature, 8 jagged, spider-like legs, a hardened shell across its back, razor claws, and twin black eyes that gleamed like obsidian knives. The sand demon. It snarled, the sound a deep, grinding hiss as it pounded the ground, sending tremors through the cave. Anakin didn't flinch. "I stand my ground, desert monster," he bellowed. "I will not run." The creature paused, tilting its head as if unsure. Anakin removed his mask slowly, revealing eyes glowing with Sith corruption rage forged into focus. "Look into my eyes, beast." The sand demon edged closer, massive limbs folding low. It stared deep into him and recoiled. Its legs twitched uncertainly, and it lowered its massive body. Its defenses melted away, and finally, the creature laid down in the dust and began to slumber. Its rough skin began to shed like molting armor, a natural process of submission. As the stench enveloped him, Anakin winced and quickly slid his mask back on. The stink was foul, pungent and primal, but it would fade in time. He stood in silence for a long moment, watching the beast sleep. A monster, tamed by a greater one. Anakin stepped out of the cave, the harsh sons of Tatooine bearing down on his cloak like judgmental gods. A group of Tusken raiders stood outside, their crude weapons lowered. Upon seeing him, they recoiled, then slowly bowed, prostrating themselves before him. He raised a brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. So, the ritual actually worked. But the hatred inside him burned all the same. A deep, venomous loathing simmered beneath his skin, unquenched by time. "I need them for now," he thought. "But once I have what I came for, every last one of them dies." He stepped forward, his voice sharp and commanding. "Savage," he barked, pointing directly at the nearest Tusken. "Bring me to your sages." The Tusken nodded without resistance and turned, gesturing for Anakin to follow. As they moved through the heart of the encampment, all eyes locked onto him, yet none dared raise their gaze. They bowed in silence, as if acknowledging the arrival of a god or a demon. "Why are they treating me like this?" Anakin thought, uneasy despite himself. He was led to a cave carved into the base of a jagged rock outcropping. The interior was lit by flickering torches, their flames dancing along the walls, revealing ancient markings scorched into the stone. Symbols, pictographs, and etchings covered the cavern, faded with age but still pulsing with meaning. Then he saw them murals. One depicted a young boy under twin suns, draped in rags and shackled in chains, himself, a slave on Tatooine. Another showed the same figure, older, cloaked in darkness, lightsaber raised high above a burning Tusken camp. Bodies were strewn in the sand, and flames licked at the sky. In his arms his mother. Lifeless, cradled against his chest as he screamed in agony. Anakin stared, his fists clenching. They recorded it. My pain. My failure. My wrath. His jaw tightened. Fury surged inside him like a tidal wave. But before he could destroy the wall, the Tusken guide motioned silently and led him deeper. They entered a circular chamber, half collapsed with age. And there, sprawled across the stone floor, lay Darth Sildhar. The Sith Lord was barely conscious, clutching his chest, face gaunt and pale with sweat. Blood pooled beneath him, dark against the dust. Anakin's eyes widened in surprise. "What is the meaning of this?" he snapped, turning to the Tusken. "Savage. Speak." But the raider only bowed low and backed away, vanishing wordlessly into the shadows. Anakin approached the broken figure. His voice was low, cold. "Lord Sildhar." The older Sith stirred weakly, turning his head with great effort. "Did Captain Gola send you?" he rasped, his voice thin and brittle. "He's a good man." "Had. A pity he didn't send young Hal. I always liked that boy." He coughed violently, blood spraying onto his robes. "But the honor is yours. You'll hear my last words." Anakin knelt beside him, inspecting the damage. "You're not going to die, old man." Sildhar smiled faintly, a flicker of warmth behind the pain. "It's kind of you to lie." He coughed again, wheezing with each breath. "The Force, it called me into the desert. I felt it Cherka's excavation. Alien power buried in the sand. I saw a white room. Blinding. Timeless." He closed his eyes for a moment, remembering. "I thought the Sand People would know the land's secrets. So I murdered them. Ripped their memories apart. Forced the truth out of their minds. And it led me here. I followed one of them," Anakin said. "He brought me to this place." "What is it?" "A cave of secrets," Sildhar replied. "Cherka built their base atop something ancient. Forbidden. A sight whispered of in the oldest Tusken myths." He gestured weakly toward the murals. "Some of these paintings they show the path. A map, a legacy." He groaned, his voice starting to fade. "Find them, record them. Tell Gola, and the others." Anakin rose slowly, face shadowed beneath his hood. "Fat chance. I'm not preserving anything." With a hiss, he ignited his blood-red lightsaber. "I'm going to burn this place down once I find what I came for." He raised the blade above the dying Sith. "Time to die. Goodbye, Sildhar." Sildhar's expression was calm, resigned. He chuckled softly, the sound hollow. "So soon. So soon." Anakin brought the saber down. A single, final stroke. Sildhar's body went still. His last breath escaped in a quiet exhale, and he collapsed completely, crumpling like an empty shell. The chamber fell silent, only the crackle of the saber remained. Anakin deactivated his blade and stood motionless, staring down at the corpse. Another loose end tied. Another witness erased. And with that, he turned from the body and continued deeper into the cave, seeking the truth buried beneath blood, ash, and sand. Anakin stepped toward the ancient carvings etched into the stone walls, eyes narrowing. Standing before him was a Tusken shaman, draped in ceremonial rags, his gnarled staff etched with bone fragments and faded runes. The shaman raised a hand, his voice raspy, barely holding together its crude basic. "You come. Ghost of the Dunes," he rasped. "You know why we brought you here." Anakin marched forward, each step heavy with fury, his cloak trailing behind him like a shadow torn from the abyss. His voice was ice wrapped in fire. "You speak basic, savage? No matter. I'm not here to talk. I'm here to avenge my mother by wiping you out once and for all." But the shaman stood his ground, fearless in the face of the Sith Lord. His eyes glinted with prophetic madness. "The woman, she had to die," the shaman said. "We were promised in her death, you would never be born. We, the Krayt clan, would be gifted secrets of the dunes, the strength of the mighty Krayt dragons. And from among our people, a great one would rise when you fell." He leaned in slightly, gnarled fingers trembling. "But tell me, Ghost, why speak of these events as if they've already happened? Unless..." Before he could finish, Anakin's lightsaber hissed to life. With a single thrust, he impaled the Tusken through the heart. Drawing closer, he whispered into the shaman's ear, his voice like poisoned glass. "If your prophecy, and your shaman's teachings, are to blame for my mother's death, then I'll burn it all away." He wrenched the saber free, letting the body crumple to the sand without ceremony. Without hesitation, Anakin turned to the carvings. His rage was silent, focused. He memorized the details he needed for his mission, committing them to mind with a cold, methodical precision. Then he raised his hand. Flames erupted from his fingertips, engulfing the murals. With a violent surge of the Force, he crushed the stone walls inward, reducing the ancient carvings and their secrets to dust. The cave behind him crackled and collapsed as he stepped out into the blistering light of the twin suns. The flames danced in the distance, and black smoke coiled upward like the spirit of the shaman himself. "Now this prophecy will never come to pass." Waiting outside was the same Tusken who had guided him earlier, unmoved by the destruction behind them. The creature showed no anger, no fear. It bowed low and gestured for Anakin to follow. He led him into a large ceremonial tent, dark and quiet. Skulls rested in shallow stone bowls, offerings, or perhaps trophies. The Tusken exited without a word, leaving Anakin alone with his unease. Moments later, the silence broke. Sharak entered the tent, her cloak brushing against the woven floor. Her eyes were sharp, her voice steady with awe. "I trailed and observed your descent," she said. "And I could not believe my eyes. The Sand People, they bowed before you. They feared you." She took a step closer, hands on her hips. "What happened inside the Sand Demon's cave to make them worship you like a god?" Anakin's voice was flat, hollow. "I mastered the demon without raising a hand. It shed its skin." Sharak blinked, visibly shaken. "Remarkable. And you've battled in the demon's essence. The Jedi Padawan must have done the same." "Perhaps." She trailed off, then suddenly stiffened. "Izibao once said this is where your path would be illuminated. But there's nothing here. Wait." Her hand shot to her belt. "On your guard, off-worlder. One of the Sand People approaches." The same Tusken returned, this time slowly, reverently. He bowed again and held out a weathered parchment wrapped in sinew and cloth. Anakin took it wordlessly, his eyes not leaving the Tusken's face. "I'll take that," he said, his tone unreadable. The Tusken bowed once more, then turned and departed without another glance. Sharak leaned in, eyes scanning the document as Anakin unfolded it. "The parchment," she murmured, "it's crude, but the markings are clear. It's a map. A map of the desert. It points to a door carved into the rock wall at the edge of the Desert Wound ravine." She looked up, frowning. "But I've mapped that entire ravine. There's no door. Nothing of the sort." Anakin's eyes locked onto the drawing, then the horizon. "If the Padawan went there," he muttered, "then so must I." Sharak shivered slightly. "I dread to imagine what you'll find. The ravine marks the farthest point anyone has dared to go. Beyond that, it's just death." She activated her wrist console and uploaded the coordinates directly into his gauntlet. "Here," she said. "The path ends in shadow. I'll follow hidden in the dunes. You won't see me." Anakin didn't look at her. "Just stay out of my way." Sharak smirked. "I'm not much for hand-to-hand anyway. Darth Baris tasked me with scouting and relaying. I intend to fulfill that duty. Head for the Desert Wound ravine. May the sands guide your path." She turned and vanished into the desert wind. Anakin followed the coordinates in silence, his ship parked miles behind. The twin suns blazed above him, but he didn't feel their heat. He was too focused on what lay ahead. Eventually, the terrain narrowed. High walls of rock formed a canyon that twisted like a wound in the earth. And there, he found it. A massive cave, roofless, its walls scorched and marked by the wind. Inside, he saw them. Two figures stood near a small body of water, their outlines hazed by heat and shadow. As he drew closer, the air seemed to thicken. His steps slowed. One of them was him. But different. This version of Anakin radiated light, calm, burdened, but untouched by rage. His presence was like the gentle warmth of a sunbeam, not the firestorm Anakin carried in his chest. Then he heard it. Mechanical breathing. A sound he knew too well. He turned his gaze to the second figure. Tall. Dark. Armored. Breathing through a mask of metal and hatred. Vader. The shadow of what he would have become if the timeline had not been torn open. Anakin stood frozen between two ghosts of himself. The man I could have been, and the monster I was always meant to be. Anakin stood at the edge of the pool, eyes narrowed, voice echoing with disbelief and growing fury. "What is the meaning of this?" he shouted, his voice like a thunderclap breaking across the canyon. The figure bathed in soft, radiant light, his light side self stepped forward calmly, hands folded behind his back, face solemn. "It is time," he said gently. "Vader and I have decided. You must choose." He glanced at the dark figure Vader, then back to Anakin. "For far too long, you've drifted. Neglected your path. Neglected the Jedi, your destiny. You must return. Be one with me again. Together, we can bring true balance to the Force, and end the evil of the Sith." He took a step closer. "Choose, Anakin. Pick your side." Anakin laughed. "Bitter. Sharp. Fat chance." His eyes burned with defiance. "The Jedi are weak. They never trusted me. Hypocrites, every one of them. They preach peace, yet wage war. They feared my power. The dark side, my power lets me do what I must. What no Jedi would dare." The light side version said nothing, only watched him with mournful patience. Then Vader stepped forward, his towering form wrapped in black, the hiss of his respirator punctuating the tension. "Good," Vader rumbled. "You see it, as I do. The Jedi were fragile. Arrogant. From our point of view, they were the true evil." He gestured to the galaxy beyond the canyon. "Join me. Be one with me. As a Dark Lord of the Sith, you and I will bring order to the galaxy. Through fear. Through power." Anakin scoffed, expression hardening. "I know exactly where pure darkness leads." He stepped forward now, squaring off with both reflections. "I've seen it. Felt it. Must have far. For me, it might have been a vision, but I felt every second. Every scream. Every flame." He glared at Vader. "You lived it. You remember." The light side version interjected softly. "You've lost your way, Dark One. But I am here to correct your course." He stood taller now, radiant with resolve. "I am the embodiment of your greatest potential. The strength you could wield if you overcame your fear. If you embraced the light." Anakin barked a laugh. "Impossible. You're trying to trick me." But the light side pressed on, unwavering. "Only someone consumed by fear lies to himself. But when you walk in the light, you no longer need to fear. The Force becomes your ally, not your tool. Let me prove to you that I am you." He stepped closer. "We are hunting no men Carr's Padawan, the girl who sees the truth in others. Our master, Darth Baris, fears her. Fears that she will expose his network, bring about his fall." Anakin's expression shifted. "A crack in the armor." His voice lowered. "So you are the light side of me. Fine. I accept that. So what?" The light side's voice deepened with urgency. "So I am here to save you. Because if you continue on this path, your life will be ruled by paranoia. Fear. Every corner will hide betrayal. You'll never know who to trust. Never feel peace again." Anakin said nothing at first. His breath slowed. "I never thought of it that way," he murmured. The light side version nodded, gently. "Let me enlighten you." Unseen from afar, high atop a distant cliff, Sherrick crouched silently, her cloak blending with the rock. She couldn't hear them, but she could feel the tension. "Watching. Waiting." The light side Anakin continued. "The dark side seeks to conquer the Force. It twists it. Uses it like a weapon. But the light." He placed a hand on his chest. "When you embrace the light, you become one with the Force. You are it. Not a slave. Not a tyrant. You find clarity. Peace. Purpose." Anakin, ever calculating, turned the words over in his mind. His tactical mind searched for the flaw, and couldn't find one. "I can see the advantages," he admitted. "Harmony with the Force. No fear. No doubt. The light side pressed his final point. That is the true purpose of the Force. And look at Baris, our so-called master. If the dark is so strong, why is he terrified of a mere Padawan? Anakin's eyes flickered. A young girl, already has him unraveling. That's power, the light side whispered. Not brute strength. But truth. Anakin folded his arms, staring hard. That's a powerful argument, he admitted at last. Maybe, just maybe, the light is stronger. The light side stepped forward, face open, voice quiet. Then choose. Now. Here. Reverse your course. He held out his hand. Commune with me. Turn from the darkness. Walk among the enlightened once again. Vader stepped forward, his presence suffocating, the hiss of his respirator heavy in the air. His deep, mechanical voice rolled like thunder through the canyon. It is pointless to resist. Give in to the dark side. I am the true embodiment of your potential, what you could become, if only you had the will to embrace the darkness without hesitation. Anakin let out a sharp chuckle, shaking his head as he glanced at Vader's armored form. With that suit, he mocked. You're barely a shadow of what we could have been. I still have my limbs. My body. I'm not a burnt-out husk clinging to life. Vader didn't flinch. His voice remained calm, cold, assured. True. In this form, I cannot reach my full power. But with you and I combined, our potential is limitless. He paused, then added, voice low and commanding. But heed my warning. Cease your merciful tendencies. Abandon the illusions of restraint. Embrace the full depth of the dark side, or you will be destroyed. Anakin tilted his head, amused. Destroyed? By what, exactly? Vader's tone sharpened. There are countless disasters you flirt with, fool. You are Sith, but you walk like a man torn. And the stench of light still lingers on you. The others can smell it. Darth Baris will sense it. And he will not hesitate to strike you down. Anakin scoffed. I'm not worried about Baris. Vader stepped closer, the glow of his optics flaring faintly in the shade. Then you are foolish. Baris already plots against you. Just as the Jedi once did. That is the way of power. The light has blinded you to the rot spreading from your so-called allies. You still believe in loyalty? In structure? He raised his voice, a trace of passion breaking through the mask. Baris and the Sith feed on deception. And they wield the most powerful forces in the galaxy: passion, rage, love. Anakin's expression hardened. Vader pressed further. The Jedi denied you Padme. They taught you to sever your bonds. But she, too, turned against you, corrupted by the light. The same light that will betray you again. Anakin's voice lowered, intrigued despite himself. Tell me more. Vader's breathing deepened, and his voice dropped to a persuasive tone. Now you're beginning to understand. Think about it. He circled slowly. This Padawan Baris wants you to kill Nomen Carr's prodigy. She has the power to destroy him. Baris has seen it. That's why he fears her. But what if you don't kill her? Anakin's eyes narrowed. Go on. What if, Vader continued, you seduce her? Corrupt her? Claim her? Turn her from the light and bind her to you? Make her yours, an extension of your will. He extended a gloved hand as if offering a vision of the future. With her at your side, her strength added to yours, you can tear Baris from his throne, crush the Sith who betrayed you, and claim all that was denied to us. Anakin grinned, low and dangerous. Oh, I think you're both right, and wrong. You each see part of the picture, but none of you are the full truth. I'm not just light. I'm not just dark. I am Anakin Skywalker. The Chosen One. He took a defiant step forward, eyes blazing. And I will command you both. Vader's lightsaber hissed to life, casting red light across the canyon walls. Then you will die. The light side version of Anakin stepped forward as well, his blade igniting in a flash of serene blue. I will do what I must. Anakin stood between them, breathing steadily. He reached to his side snap hiss, and two blades came to life in his hands, one blue, one crimson. Both sides of his soul ignited. He looked between his fractured selves, then smirked. You will try. The surroundings twisted and shimmered, reshaping reality into a cosmic arena suspended in the void of space itself. Stars glittered beneath their feet like shattered diamonds scattered across a black velvet sea. There was no floor, only the illusion of standing amidst the galaxy, surrounded by constellations that pulsed with distant, indifferent light. Anakin stood at the center, twin sabers ignited, one crimson, one blue, the blades humming with volatile energy. Across from him stood himself, split in two, the radiant embodiment of his light, calm and resolute, and the towering form of Vader, cloaked in shadow, breathing steady and mechanical. Without hesitation, Anakin launched forward. His blue and red blades carved arcs through the starlit air, crashing against both opponents in a symphony of light and fury. Sparks burst into the dark as saber met saber in a flurry of precision strikes. Each swing from Anakin came with blistering speed and brute force, pushing harder, faster, desperate to gain an edge. But they were his equals, his mirrors, and they pressed him from both sides with flawless unity. Vader's strikes were heavy and punishing, fueled by rage and raw power, while the light side Anakin moved with fluid elegance, deflecting blows and retaliating with graceful efficiency. Anakin parried a crushing overhead strike from Vader, then pivoted just in time to block a low sweep from his luminous counterpart. Each dodge, each parry, was measured in inches. He spun between them, narrowly avoiding being pinned, only to counter with a vicious backswing that drove them apart. Vader retaliated with a brutal two-handed cleave, but Anakin ducked under it, twisting into a tight spiral as he sidestepped the light's follow-up thrust. Too close. Too fast. The sabers clashed again, the impact sending ripples through the starlit ground. Then, with a primal roar, Anakin surged forward between them, trapping both their blades against his own. In a flash of desperate brilliance, he twisted, locking their weapons for half a second, just long enough to slam the pommel of his saber into the light's jaw and kick Vader squarely in the chest. Both staggered. Anakin saw his opening and seized it. With a roar, he drove his saber into the celestial floor, cracking the surface of the arena. A violent shockwave of force energy erupted outward, exploding in a dazzling burst of light that launched both versions of himself backward, scattering stars like glass through the void. Breathing heavily, Anakin dropped to one knee, sweat pouring down his brow, muscles trembling from the exertion. His chest heaved with labored breath, the weight of the duel beginning to show. But it wasn't over. Vader rose first, slow, unstoppable, his red blade igniting again like a beacon of doom. The light side Anakin stood moments later, battered but unbroken, his presence radiant and still. Together, they raised their hands. A surge of invisible power lashed out, a twin wave of the Force, crashing down like a tidal storm. Anakin was hit head-on, the pressure immense, forcing him to his knees. The stars beneath his feet cracked like ice under strain. He gritted his teeth, trying to stand, failing. The twin sides of him moved closer, relentless. Every inch they stepped forward increased the weight, the crushing gravity of their combined will. Pain shot through his limbs. His vision swam. And then, a barrier of golden light exploded outward, forming a radiant dome between Anakin and his advancing counterparts. They stopped instantly, repelled by the energy. Within the shimmering veil, time itself seemed to pause. And then she appeared. From the light, Padme stepped forth. Her form was ghostly, yet radiant, unaging, beautiful, and full of sorrow. Her presence rippled through the Force like a lullaby carried across galaxies. Anakin's voice cracked through the silence, breathless and raw. Padme. Anakin remained on his knees, still trembling from the battle, his breath shallow, his lightsabers extinguished and forgotten beside him. The golden light surrounding Padme cast her in a haunting glow, her form both radiant and unreal like a memory given life. "Padme," he whispered, his voice frayed. "What are you doing here?" Padme stood before him, her posture dignified but weary. Her face, though luminous, bore the weight of sorrow carved by time. Her eyes didn't sparkle, they ached. "If I had my way," she said quietly, "I wouldn't be standing here speaking to you, not like this. But here I am." Anakin lifted his gaze slowly, searching her face for hope, for warmth, for something he could still hold on to. "What are you talking about, Angel?" he asked, voice tinged with disbelief. "I did everything for you, and for our children. Don't tell me you've turned against me too." Padme exhaled shakily. Her hands trembled at her sides. "I never asked you to do any of this," she said. "And hearing what you've done, what you plan to do." She paused, her voice breaking as tears welled in her eyes. "I don't know who you are anymore. But despite everything, I still love you, Anakin. And I'm terrified for you." Anakin frowned, his mask hiding his features but not his rage. Padme continued. "Obi-Wan, before he disappeared he told me horrible things. He said," she bit her lip, struggling. "He said you've turned to the dark side. That you killed younglings." Anakin's head snapped up, voice rising in fury. "Obi-Wan is trying to turn you against me." Padme stepped forward, tears falling freely now. "No, Anakin, he cares about us." He repeated her words, like a wound being pressed. "Us." Padme didn't hesitate. "He knows. He's trying to help you. Anakin, listen to me. I'm still in the future. You've been gone for so long. Everything's changed since your disappearance. Yoda. Obi-Wan, you were all we had." She looked down, as if the memory weighed her into the dirt. "Now with the Emperor's vanishing, I am what's left. And I'm trying to rebuild what we lost. The Republic, democracy." She met his gaze, pleading. "But I want you to abandon this path. I believed in you more than anyone. But now you're working with Sith, with an empire that enslaves the weak and executes the innocent. You stand against everything I ever believed in." Her voice cracked. "But I still love you. Don't you get it, Anakin? Don't you care how I feel?" Silence fell. Anakin stood slowly, his head bowed. The stars around them dimmed, as if holding their breath. When he spoke again, it was barely a whisper. "Care?" He raised his voice, rising with it. "Care? Are you serious, Padme?" His tone exploded into rage. "I gave up everything for you. The Jedi never treated me as an equal. They never trusted me. They held me back. They stopped me from saving my mother when I begged them to help. Ani. Don't Ani me," he roared. "You think I'm just angry? I was born a slave, Padme. And I stayed one long after I was freed, just with new chains. The Republic was corrupt then, and it's still corrupt now." His voice cracked with anguish and fury. "And after all the times I defended you, all the times I stood by you, you still can't be on my side. Not even once. I'm starting to think you never cared at all. Maybe I was just your trophy, a Jedi Knight for the Queen of Naboo to admire from her throne." Padme stepped back, shaking. "Seriously, Anakin," she shot back, voice sharp now, tears still falling. "You killed your friends. Innocents. Children. And now you serve an empire that does worse. You're not saving anyone. You're just replacing one tyrant with another." Anakin's eyes blazed. "And how many innocents die right now because of your precious senator's greed? How many are enslaved in silence by the Republic's neglect, or because the Senate profits from their suffering? The empire is flawed, yes, but I can reshape it from within." He took a step closer. "For the first time in my life, I feel free. I'm not chained to the Jedi. I'm not chained to their dogma or their lies. I have purpose. I have new allies, true allies who understand me. Padme's face twisted with pain. Like that Nox girl, she spat, eyes burning. I know she's manipulating you. She clearly wants you. And I think you're starting to want her too. Anakin laughed bitterly, the sound hollow and cracked. Really? You're pulling that card now? He stepped forward again, defiant. Nox is one of the few people who's never lied to me. She sees me for who I am. She respects me. Something you stopped doing a long time ago. Or should I remind you of Rush Clovis? Padme recoiled as if slapped. Don't bring him up. I told you he was just a friend. Anakin's laugh turned darker, more unhinged. A friend? That's funny. Because I remember walking in on you, just about to kiss him. It wasn't what it looked like, she snapped. We talked about this. No, it was exactly what it looked like. Anakin snarled. You were going to cheat on me with a traitor. And when I gave him the punishment he deserved, you took his side. He pointed at her, eyes wild behind the mask. And let me remind you who came to your rescue when you were imprisoned by the banking clan? Me. I risked everything to save you. And I never got so much as an apology. He took one last breath, filled with venom. And just when I thought it was over, you ran back to him. After knowing he was working with Dooku. You chose him, Padme. Padme stood frozen. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came. The weight of everything, the pain, the distance, the accusations crushed the breath from her lungs. Her voice was gone, drowned in grief and disbelief. Anakin rose to his full height, the golden light from the fractured barrier gleaming off the edge of his armor. His breathing steadied, his rage cooling into a smoldering intensity. Power flowed back into his limbs, and with each breath, he grew stronger. His voice was bitter and raw. You didn't even ask me why I did this. Padme barely whispered. Why did you? Anakin's voice cut through her like a blade. To save you. To gain the power to save our children. The Jedi, they denied me that. They feared it. They called it unnatural. But I would have done anything to keep you safe. He paused. Then, his voice turned fragile. What happened to our child? Padme's eyes welled with fresh tears. She looked down, her hands trembling. I had a miscarriage. Silence. Anakin's expression went blank behind his mask. What are you talking about? Padme's voice broke as she forced the words out. The stress, of losing you, of Obi-Wan vanishing, it broke something in me. I lost our baby, Anakin. I lost our child. Because of everything you did. For a moment, Anakin said nothing. He looked down, shadowed and still, before his voice came again lower now, burning with suppressed fury. Blaming me, again. Always me. He took a step forward, trembling. I will mourn for my child. But you and I, we're done. It's clear now. You were never truly on my side. With a sudden surge of energy, the golden force barrier that protected Padme began to crack, thin strands of light spider webbing across its surface as Anakin pushed against it, his power flaring. Padme reached toward him in desperation, tears streaming. You're breaking my heart. You're walking down a path I can't follow. Please, Anakin, there's still good in you. I can feel it. The barrier shattered into shards of light. Anakin stood tall amidst the golden fragments, now glowing faintly crimson from the storm of energy building around him. His voice was quiet, final. Goodbye, Padme. Her form flickered and vanished into the ether, leaving only silence in her place. Without hesitation, Anakin summoned both his lightsabers to his hands. The blue and crimson blades ignited with simultaneous snap hisses, casting jagged shadows across the starfield beneath him. His voice echoed across the celestial void. I am no longer chained by my past. He stepped forward, the force crackling around him like a storm about to break. It's time to show you the real power of the force. Across from him, Vader's breathing deepened, mechanical and agitated. Impressive. Most impressive, he growled. But you don't know the true power of the dark side. The light side version stood ready, saber in hand. His gaze was calm but resolute. We will see. With an explosive burst of speed, Anakin launched himself forward, a streak of light and fury. His blades flashed like lightning as he drove into combat, moving with a grace and precision neither version of himself had anticipated. He weaved, ducked, and flowed between attacks with unnatural control. Every dodge was a whisper of movement, every parry a calculated ripple of power. His strikes came faster than thought, fueled by both the raw brutality of the dark and the serene clarity of the light. Vader's powerful overhead swing was caught mid-arc and redirected, crashing harmlessly to the side. The light's precise thrust was countered by a perfectly timed pivot, followed by a spinning back strike that sent him stumbling. With a roar, Anakin unleashed a flurry of sweeping slashes, each one heavier, sharper, more fluid than the last. His crimson blade clashed against Vader's, while his blue saber dueled the light. He fought them both as if orchestrating a symphony of destruction. Vader grunted, struggling to keep up, while the light side Anakin strained to match his speed. And then, with two decisive crashes of steel and energy, Anakin disarmed them both, their lightsabers wrenched from their hands by the overwhelming might of the Force. In an instant, he raised his arms. Both Vader and the light side version were lifted high into the air, levitating, limbs spread, caught in his invisible grip. They struggled, eyes wide. Vader snarled. Impossible. I can't lose. The light whispered in disbelief. It can't be. But Anakin's gaze was unyielding. His voice calm. You are me, and I am beyond both of you now. With a powerful pull of the Force, he dragged them toward him closer, closer until their bodies broke apart into crackling energy. And then he absorbed them. Their light, their darkness, their truths, their lies all flowed into him in a blinding surge of power. His body arched as the Force screamed through him, reshaping his soul. His aura exploded outward, reshaping the realm around him with pure intensity. Anakin collapsed to one knee. Then stood again. Transformed. The stars stilled. The arena faded. Reality returned, dust, sand, and sun. Tatooine. The galaxy was once again as it had been. But he was not. He had achieved balance. But his journey was far from over. Anakin opened his eyes slowly. The stars had vanished. The illusions faded. He now sat once more inside the familiar cavern, its quiet dimness broken only by the soft lapping of water at the pool's edge beside him. A gentle wind drifted through the cave's mouth, carrying the dry scent of sand and ancient stone. Silence reigned until the echoes returned. The dual voices of Vader and his light side self rippled across the space of his mind, fused into one ethereal harmony. You have proven that your path is strong and viable. With this victory, our fragmented essences have been purified. In the clarity of this communion, a vision appears. Anakin's gaze lifted, and before him the water shimmered, distorting with shifting light. Within its reflection, a new image formed, a hut, weather-beaten and solitary, nestled deep within the dune sea. He recognized it instantly. He knew where it was. The voices returned. Do you see it too? They asked. An encampment, hidden beyond the farthest reaches of the desert, past a rock formation the locals call the Forbidden Pass. Anakin rose slowly, every movement deliberate. Tell me more, he said aloud, though his voice was meant for the vision. The response was solemn. There is no doubt. This is where the Padawan fled. This is where the great master Yonlach helped her powers become expressed, evolved. The image flickered. The reflection collapsed back into still water. Find the Forbidden Pass. Confront Master Yan Lach beyond it. Our journey on this planet ends there, farewell. Anakin stood alone in silence, the echoes fading from his mind like smoke on the wind. He stood there for a long moment, absorbing the finality of their words. Footsteps echoed behind him, hurried, uncertain. He turned to see Sherrock, winded from running, her eyes wide with disbelief. I cannot believe what I just witnessed," she stammered. Did you just tell yourself to go beyond the Forbidden Pass?" Anakin turned to face her, voice calm. "That is my understanding." Sherrock's expression darkened. Her arms crossed tightly, as if trying to shield herself from something unseen. "I'm chilled to the bone," she said. "The desert beyond that pass, it's cursed. It's an area no one survives. Not even the Sand People dare to go there. You mustn't do this." Anakin's gaze remained unmoved. He didn't flinch. "The opposite is true," he said simply. "I must." Sherrock took a step back, shaken. "This isn't some baseless superstition. It's real. Everyone who's crossed into that place has vanished forever. I won't follow you there." "I can't." Anakin nodded softly, a rare moment of quiet grace in his voice. "You've done enough, Sherrock." "Thank you." Sherrock blinked in surprise. "That is, kind of you to say." Her voice faltered. "I told Lord Baris I'd see your mission through. But I never imagined it would come to this." She hesitated, then reached into her satchel and produced a worn, hand-marked parchment. "With a heavy heart. I give you the location of the Forbidden Pass." She handed it over. Anakin took it silently. Sherrock swallowed, her words barely holding together. "I am shamed. My cowardice paralyzes me. I fear I'll never see you again." Anakin didn't waver. "I'll be fine," he said flatly. "I don't plan on dying in this desert." Sherrock's voice turned bitter. "If you cross the Forbidden Pass," she said quietly, "that's exactly what you're doing." Without another word, she turned and walked off, disappearing into the shifting light at the edge of the cave. Outside, the wind had grown harsher. Anakin stepped out and raised a hand. Far in the distance, R2-D2 chirped and brought the fighter swooping in low. The ship's repulsors kicked up dust as it settled beside him. He climbed aboard and took the controls, the engines roaring as the fighter cut through the desert sky. He flew fast, headed toward a new structure, an imposing outpost built into the side of a mountain, the new Imperial Research Center. It was no longer a field site of archaeologists. It had become a fortress. Anakin landed at the designated pad and disembarked. He passed through a gauntlet of guards, all bristling with heavy weaponry and stationed behind shielded barriers. Droids patrolled the perimeter. Whatever the Empire was housing here, it was important. He took the lift to the upper platform and stepped out onto an observation deck overlooking the main chamber, a sprawling room filled with terminals, scanning equipment, and arcane devices humming with latent power. Captain Gola stood at the overlook, speaking with Hel as they coordinated the excavation team. "Hel," Gola barked, "check on Keela and the others. See if they've found anything more about the artifact." Hel hesitated. "Sir. I'd like to hear what happened." "About Lord Sildhar." Gola turned sharply. "Follow your orders. You'll be briefed when I say so." He turned toward Anakin as the Sith Lord approached. "I've sent for water and Kolto, my lord. The desert must have been grueling." His voice tensed. "We've been waiting. Any sign of Darth Sildhar?" Anakin answered coldly. "He didn't make it. He fell to the Sand People, and their servants." Gola turned away, walking slowly toward the railing, his fists clenched. "Damn it," he muttered. "We all felt it. But we weren't sure. We're not Sith. We don't see what you see." He exhaled, defeated. "Without Sildhar, we're just archaeologists with guns. Without him, this entire expedition is unraveling. He stared down at the researchers below, the buzz of activity continuing despite the weight now pressing on their shoulders. Anakin remained motionless for a moment, gazing out over the research facility from the elevated platform. The echoes of defeat hung in the air around Captain Gola, but Anakin's voice cut through the tension with chilling calm. Negative. It isn't over yet. I know where to find the Cherka base. Gola turned around sharply, his brow furrowing in confusion. What are you talking about? Before Anakin could answer, the facility shook violently. A deep rumble rolled through the walls, followed by the deafening roar of an explosion. Red warning lights flared to life, and the sirens screamed as the base plunged into emergency mode. Facility breach detected. Containment compromised. Smoke and shouts filled the air. Moments later, Hell came sprinting up the stairwell, his face pale with panic, his chest heaving. Captain Gola! Blast it, Hell! Now's not the time! Gola snapped, trying to maintain control amidst the chaos. But Hell didn't stop. The artifact, the one we pulled from the Jawas. It's got Keela, he shouted. We disabled the dampeners to get a clear scan, and then, there was this flash. Gola paled. What? Start containment protocols now. Then, they appeared. Figures stumbled up the ramp from the lower chamber, twitching, staggering, faces twisted. Their skin had taken on a slick, greenish hue. Their eyes were black, glassy voids. Black veins snaked under the surface of their skin, pulsing like roots beneath dying flesh. At the front was Keela, or rather, what was once her. Her voice, now warped and inhuman, echoed through the facility. Though alien, the words were somehow understandable, resonating directly into the minds of all who heard. The imprisoned one will be free. The rebirth has begun. Anakin stepped forward slowly, eyes locked on the abomination. His voice was eerily calm. Captain Gola. Care to explain this? Gola stared at the creature in disbelief. I don't know. Keela? Are you still in there? The transformed figure tilted her head, expression blank. This vessel belongs to the imprisoned one now. This planet shall become his crucible, his power shall bloom from its ashes. You will fall. All will fall. The expansion must continue. Anakin's eyes narrowed. He gave no warning. Snap, hiss. His blood-red lightsaber ignited with a vicious roar, and with one swift, surgical stroke, he cleaved through the transformed Keela. The body dropped to the floor in silence, twitching slightly before going still. He stared at the corpse for a moment, then muttered to himself, almost amused. Interesting. He deactivated his saber, the hum fading to silence, and turned to face Captain Gola. Gola looked stunned, shaken to his core. Those things, they were my team. Hell jumped in, breathless. Sir. I think Perrin escaped. He took off into the desert. He's heading toward the tribal settlement. Gola cursed under his breath. Blast. That's all we needed. He looked at Anakin. You remember the sons of Pulawa? You hit them hard in Mos Eisley, but their main village is just a few clicks from here. If that creature reaches them... He shook his head. This could get very ugly. Basic rule of xenoarchaeology: you never release unknown alien tech into a population center, especially not one with rudimentary man-machine interfaces. He looked grim. Worst case scenario? Whatever changed Perrin could spread. The entire settlement could become a colony of those things. Anakin's expression darkened, but his voice remained steady. Then I'll handle it. Gola gave a short, reluctant nod. As you say, my lord. Reclamation protocol for contaminated sites mandates total atomic heat cleansing everything in a 100-meter radius. We've got a cache of baradium charges. Enough to vaporize the Sun's Cave village, but let's pray it doesn't come to that. Anakin narrowed his gaze. There's no chance we're letting this thing escape. And really, what other choice do we have? Gola looked grim. If you're lucky, maybe you can stop Perrin before he reaches the settlement. But if he makes contact... He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Then you plant the charges carefully. Place them around the cave's structural points. One way or another, this contamination must be purged. Time skip shortly after. The twin suns bore down with relentless heat as Anakin traversed the Dune Sea once more. Now armed with intelligence, ordnance, and grim purpose, he stood before the carved entrance to the Sons of Pulawa's cave village, a series of crude yet intricate structures etched into the rock face, shaded by jagged overhangs. He had what he needed. Explosives. A map of the village layout. And a name, Perrin. The wind howled across the entrance, carrying with it the faintest hint of rot and distortion. Something had already changed. Anakin entered the cave village. Anakin strode into the dimly lit cave village, the jagged stone walls closing around him like a tomb. Every step echoed through the silence, broken only by the distant crackle of fire and the low murmurs of tense villagers. The air hung heavy with the scent of scorched ozone and dried blood. Something terrible had already passed through here. He felt it in the force. His eyes narrowed as he noticed a cordoned-off section of the cave, marked with crude tribal symbols and hastily erected barricades. 2 guards stood at the threshold, tense and wary, their hands twitching near their blasters. They exchanged uncertain glances before stepping aside. They had been expecting him. At the center of the chamber, a man stood tall, lean, hardened by desert warfare. His black mustache framed a grim expression carved from years of distrust and resolve. The air buzzed with tension as he finally spoke, his voice carrying the weight of sorrow and fury. "I knew the Empire employed dishonorable tactics," the leader growled. "But the ghost of the desert, you know what it does to people? What it turns them into?" Anakin's brow furrowed. "What do you mean, ghost of the desert?" The man gestured toward the sealed cave behind him. "An old Jawa legend. A myth, they say, a phantom that kills with fire. But it's no myth. Within a minute, it turned good men into abominations. There's a war now, right beneath our feet. A war for our very souls." He unsheathed a vibroblade, its humming edge catching the flickering light. "I'll give my brothers a fighting chance by keeping you out of this. We'll fall, but not without pride." Anakin sighed, his voice dripping with disappointment. "Then you've chosen death for yourself, and for everyone in this village." The leader screamed, "For Pulawa. I'll fight until our blood becomes an oasis." The cave exploded into chaos. The guards surrounding the leader opened fire in a synchronized barrage, red bolts screaming through the air. Anakin ignited his crimson blade in a single fluid motion. The saber blurred into a vortex of deadly light as he spun, deflecting each bolt with pinpoint precision. The redirected fire punched through the guards' armor, dropping them like marionettes with severed strings. In the chaos, Anakin leapt into the air, landing directly in front of the leader. A brief exchange followed, his opponent slashing with desperate fury, Anakin parrying with surgical grace. A single sidestep, a pivot, and then... SHHHKT. Anakin's blade pierced cleanly through the man's chest. He severed the head with a reverse cut in one continuous motion. The body crumpled to the floor, lifeless, as blood pooled beneath it. The remaining guards turned to flee, but Anakin raised a hand. A surge of dark energy crackled in his palm. With a thunderous crack, a wave of purple lightning burst forth, arcing between their bodies. They convulsed violently before collapsing in smoking heaps, the scent of charred flesh thick in the air. Silence returned. Anakin deactivated his saber and composed himself. He walked methodically around the village, planting baradium explosives at key structural points, each placed with cold efficiency. As he approached the quarantine zone, sealed behind a crumbling stone barrier, he extended a hand and unleashed a force push. The rocks shattered and flew outward in a thunderous wave. Inside, the air was fetid. Blood coated the walls. The ground squelched beneath his boots. He planted the final charges. Just as he turned to leave, a distant rumble echoed through the cave. A low, guttural shriek followed. From the darkness, they emerged. A horde of transformed villagers, mutated, shriveled, their flesh pulsating with black veins and their eyes pitch-black voids, rushed at him like a wave of nightmares. Their bodies twitched unnaturally as they howled in unison. Anakin exhaled slowly and summoned both of his lightsabers. His crimson blade blazed to life in one hand, the blue glow of his fallen Jedi past igniting in the other. Then, he charged. He moved like a phantom, weaving through the horde with uncanny grace. Each strike was decisive: a severed limb, a cleaved torso, a decapitated abomination. The blades sang through the air, trailing arcs of light and gore. He pirouetted through the swarm, dodging grasping claws and gnashing teeth, his movements a dance of precision and fury. One creature lunged, he met it mid-air, impaling it through the heart and tossing the corpse into another group with a flick of the force. Several tried to surround him. He jumped, flipped backward off the wall, and landed behind them, slashing them apart before they could even turn. As more poured from the shadows, Anakin raised both hands. Lightning erupted from his fingertips, cascading in jagged rivers of purple energy that consumed the horde. Their screams were brief, cut off as their flesh crisped and disintegrated. Anakin stood alone among the dead. He walked calmly out of the cave, the walls trembling behind him. The moment he stepped clear of the entrance, the charges detonated. The explosion was deafening. Fire surged from the mouth of the cave, followed by a thunderous collapse. The entire entrance caved in, burying the horror beneath tons of rubble. Ash drifted down like snow. Anakin climbed into his starfighter, R2 chirping solemnly from his station. Without looking back, Anakin soared into the sky, leaving the ruined village and its fallen behind, smoldering in silence. Anakin returned to the Imperial Research Center, the shadow of the destroyed village still trailing behind him like a ghost. His boots echoed across the cold durasteel floor as he stepped inside the lab, where the sterile scent of chemicals and scorched circuitry still lingered from the earlier chaos. Captain Gola stood at a console near the center, speaking quietly with Hal, the only technician who had survived the earlier lockdown. His voice was low, tense, edged with exhaustion. "Are the power readings stable?" Gola asked, his eyes scanning the console's flickering blue data streams. Hal gave a sharp nod. "Yes, sir. The stasis field's online and holding steady." Gola exhaled, relief flickering in his eyes. "Keep it that way. I don't want that artifact powering up again, not even for a second." Then he turned and faced Anakin. His voice was neutral, but respect tempered his words. "I heard the explosion. I take it the contamination site's been cleared." Anakin's expression remained unreadable, his voice calm and emotionless. "The Sons of Palawa village is no more." Gola's jaw tightened. "Damn shame. Even tribals don't deserve to be obliterated because of some alien relic." He looked toward the containment vaults. "Those artifacts Cherka found, they're not just dangerous. They're corruptive. They infect the mind, the body. Some long-dead species built them, long before human colonists even dreamed of setting foot on Tatooine. And now, centuries later, the Reclamation Service is expected to clean it all up." He locked eyes with Anakin. "Are you still with us on this, my lord?" Anakin nodded. "No need to worry, Captain. Where Darth Sildhar failed, I will succeed." Gola's posture straightened. "As you say, my lord. Without a Sith spearheading the expedition, we'd be wandering blind in the dark." He hesitated, then continued. "Whatever just happened, the artifact's activation, the takeover, the mutations, I'd bet everything I own that Cherka faced the exact same event before sealing their base. If we had a lead on the facility's location, we could track the artifact's power signature, maybe pinpoint their secret lab. Shame Sildhar didn't live long enough to get us that data." Anakin retrieved a worn parchment from a compartment in his armor and held it out. Like I was going to say before the lockdown. The base is in the Sand People's cursed land. This map should guide the way. Gola took the parchment with a raised brow. This is native work. Crude, but it's detailed. These markings topographical references. We'll cross-reference it with geological maps, account for erosion and tectonic drift, he nodded to himself. We'll find it. Hell approached, daytop hat in hand, clearly energized despite the chaos. Captain, my lord, I think we've got it. The forbidden zone marked on this map aligns with Sector 22G. I can outfit a probe immediately. Anakin turned toward the desert. Once I'm in position, I'll call the droid. Understood, Gola replied. We've got friends to bury in the meantime. Later, under a sunless sky choked with dust, Anakin wandered alone through the wastelands. The storm howled around him, sand whipping against his robes as he reached the coordinates marked on the native map. He raised the signal device and activated it. A distant whirring pierced the wind as an Imperial probe droid descended from the clouds above, its repulsor lift humming softly as it hovered into position. Scanning equals in progress. The droid rotated slowly, red photoreceptors flashing as it transmitted pulses into the ground. Scanning equals complete. A distorted transmission crackled through the static-filled COMM link. Captain Gola's voice came through faintly. Can you hear me, my lord? The storm's interfering with the signal, but I had to report. The droid's locked onto an underground power signature, definitely an artifact. We're also receiving fragments of a recorded message. Some kind of emergency log. Anakin's voice was steady through the wind. Any idea who it's from? Patching it through now. The hologram shimmered into life, revealing a haggard human in a dusty Cherka uniform. His face was streaked with grime and blood, eyes frantic with dread. Is this working? Blast, the man cursed, slapping the side of the holo recorder. Security Officer Gromik here. I'm the last man out. We've been ordered to seal Cherka's Secret Weapons Division 7. The base, it's compromised. He swallowed, his voice dropping to a whisper. We thought we contained it, whatever it is. We locked it in the artifact chamber. But it didn't stay there. It never does. Behind him, an alarm began to blare. Lights flickered. He turned toward an unseen control panel. I'm sealing the doors now. He pressed a button with trembling hands. To anyone watching this, don't come. Don't open it. You don't want to. You really don't want to. The recording ended abruptly. Captain Gola's voice returned over the COMM. They lost the whole base. Every soul, wiped out. Just imagine it. There was a pause. In the meantime, I'm uploading the rest of the data fragments the probe recovered. A few more recordings might give us a clearer picture until we lock in exact coordinates. A second recording began to play, its image distorted, filled with static, but what it revealed promised only darker things ahead. The crackling audio hissed as the next log flared to life in the midst of the raging sandstorm. A flickering blue hologram shimmered in the air, depicting a younger man in a sand-smeared lab coat standing against a backdrop of ancient stone etched with glyphs. Dr. Sopran here. We've finished our initial catalog of the cave artifacts, most register at over 20,000 years old. His tone was academic but tinged with awe. You'd think that would narrow down the possible creators, wouldn't you? There weren't many spacefaring societies active during that era. He glanced down at a daytop hat, brow furrowing. But nothing fits. Not the Rakata, not the Gree, not even the ancient builders. The technology doesn't align. Even Gree constructs aren't this refined. He hesitated, licking dry lips. Anyway, Dr. Lirek and I will study the primary device. We've assigned the lesser relics to the interns to keep them busy. Hopefully, one of them finds something useful. Cherka's going to make a fortune if we can unlock it. The log cut off. Anakin exhaled through his nose, voice low. Corporate greed. Always clawing into places it doesn't belong. The next log buzzed, the image replaced by a stiff, older man in a high-collared uniform, eyes glassy behind regulation lenses. This is Director Antayan speaking. As you all know, worker safety is one of Cherka's top priorities and we take accidents seriously. Behind him, red security lights bathed the corridor in warning pulses. Effective immediately, due to emerging concerns regarding the primary device, we are implementing a revised protocol. Any personnel wishing to conduct physical examinations must obtain direct written clearance from myself and Dr. Diggo. Remote analysis using droids and probes will proceed as normal. He smiled stiffly. Please note, this change does not affect our division's overall project schedule. The message ended with a sharp electronic chirp. Another log took its place. A new hologram materialized. Dr. Lirak, worn and tired, his voice edged with restrained panic. This is Dr. Lirak. I want my concerns on record before someone else gets hurt. He ran a hand through disheveled hair. That device, it's not dormant. Its energy levels fluctuate constantly. It's reaching, trying to link with the lesser artifacts. He leaned closer to the camera, his voice dropping. I think it's a weapon. A bomb. Something terrible. Saprin keeps parroting theories about a Gree enclave. But I've seen the data, we've all seen it. This tech resembles what's buried beneath the Kashyyyk Shadowlands. Same structure. Same harmonic signals. This isn't Gree. It's Infinite Empire. He looked off-screen, haunted. They visited Tatooine. Maybe colonized it. And now something they tried to bury is waking up. I'm tired of being ignored. Anakin narrowed his eyes. Now it's starting to add up. A new log played. Dr. Saprin again. His tone was smug. Well, Lirak's gone. Filed for transfer and ran back to Anchoriyad, dragging one of the lesser relics with him. Good riddance. He paced as he spoke. Lirak's infinite empire theory was fringe nonsense, but some of his data did make sense. The power fluctuations, the artifact alignment. I'm going to run a new test tomorrow, remote arm only. We'll open the device. See what it does. The recording clicked off, the tension rising with every entry. Then, without delay, the final log activated. The image was chaos. Red lights pulsed violently. Klaxons screamed in the background. Director Antayan appeared once more, visibly rattled, sweat pouring down his face. This is Director Antayan to all Cherka employees. Please listen and remain calm. He spoke quickly, trying to mask the fear in his voice. A few minutes ago, we experienced a minor equipment failure in the main laboratory. As a precaution, we're initiating lockdown procedures. Do not attempt to override the system. The defense computers will respond with force. Stay where you are. You will be. The feed shifted. A figure blurred into frame. A Cherka worker twisted, changed. Veins black as tar pulsed beneath green-tinged skin. Eyes pitch black, inhuman. With a wet, snarling hiss, the creature drove a spike of bone or steel into Antayan's back. The director choked, eyes wide, before slumping to the floor. The infected worker turned toward the recording unit. The imprisoned one will be free, it rasped. The rebirth has begun. The feed went black. Anakin stood unmoving, shadows dancing across his face as he processed what he'd seen. His voice was a whisper of realization. Infinite Empire design, unmistakable. They imprisoned one not just sealed, but caged, by the same ancients who scorched entire systems from existence. He slowly turned his gaze eastward. And now he's found a way to bypass their limitations. To corrupt through proxies. To whisper into the cracks of forbidden tech. A ping sounded as the droid completed its task. Coordinates flashed across its panel. Cherka's buried base revealed. The sands parted beneath the fury of Anakin's starfighter as it screamed low across the dune sea, scattering dust devils and the bones of long-dead creatures. In the distance, jagged rock formations gave way to a shadowed fissure, a hidden entrance, nearly invisible to the eye. He landed without a word, the hatch hissing open. The desert heat fled the moment he crossed the threshold into the base. The temperature dropped. The light dimmed. He entered the first chamber silent, save for the distant hum of ancient machinery buried in rock and ash. Faint engravings of Rakatan origin whispered from the walls in half-eroded script. As he pressed deeper, the air grew heavier, charged with a static that raised goosebumps beneath his armor. The tunnels twisted like the guts of a slumbering beast, and the further he went, the more the darkness seemed to watch him. Anakin pressed onward, crimson eyes narrowed in anticipation. The true heart of the Infinite Empire's failure lay ahead. And it was waking. Anakin entered a chamber unlike any other he had seen beneath the sands. The air was thick with energy, static clung to his skin like silk laced with sparks. The massive room pulsed with a dim, otherworldly glow. Before him loomed a colossal machine, alien in form, incomprehensible in structure. Its surface was smooth yet fractured, covered in golden script that twisted and shifted like living etchings. Coils of ancient conduits crackled with violet lightning that surged and forked into junctions across the vaulted ceiling, vanishing into the unseen walls of the forgotten facility. Then, with a thunderous hum, a projection flickered to life above the machine, a towering, translucent figure of a Rakatan, its features worn with time yet still radiating an undeniable sense of power and malevolence. Its elongated skull gleamed like obsidian under the light, and its eyes burned with ancient intelligence. Anakin did not flinch. He stood still, his expression unreadable, as the figure's voice echoed, deep and reverberating through the very bones of the room. I am the imprisoned one. Few beings have the strength to resist us, but you, it said, with something like dark admiration, you have earned my respect. We may share words. Anakin's voice cut through the haze, calm but edged with curiosity. You call yourself the imprisoned one. The entity's image distorted slightly, like an unstable signal finding resonance. My name is lost, it replied slowly, its voice laced with melancholy and pride. The epithet is all I remember. I am Rakata, it is the name of a people. Eons ago, our infinite empire ruled this world, and so many others. The projection flickered, casting jagged shadows across the walls. Yet I reached for greater majesty. I sought what my kind feared. For that, they sealed my mind within this prison, this eternal box. 20,000 years I drifted in whiteness, untouched, unheard, until now. Anakin's thoughts churned. If even the Rakata monsters who once enslaved entire species had feared this being enough to imprison it for eternity, then he needed to understand why. That's a harsh punishment, he said, stepping forward into the glow. What exactly were you trying to do? The being's image shifted again, lightning crawling across the machine in long, serpent-like tendrils. I sought to dance among star temples, to understand the folds of dark time. I sought truths my peers recoiled from. But in truth, I remember little. Its voice grew softer, introspective. When your Cherka Corporation unearthed my prison, I tasted the galaxy again. I extended myself. I crafted skin vessels, machine hands, extensions of my will. And I watched. Anakin clenched his fist slightly. And what did you see? A galaxy, wanting. The Rakatan's voice hardened. Fragmented, primitive. Led by blind wretches. I choose now to remake it, to birth a new infinite empire, one that will not cower before enlightenment. Anakin narrowed his eyes. How do you plan to do that? The imprisoned one tilted its head, amused by the question. Our technology dwarfs yours. Our machines do not obey, they become. My mind, ancient and unshackled, shall be the core of this new order. And you, it paused, as if savoring the next words, you will lead our army from the sands. This world's settlements shall fall. My skin vessels will take to the stars, and everything will change. As the final syllable rang out, the projection fizzled violently, cut off as though someone had yanked its soul from the machine. The room fell into an eerie silence. The conduits still crackled. The machine still pulsed. But the voice was gone. Anakin stood alone in the vast chamber, the echoes of the imprisoned one's words hanging in the air like the smoke of a prophecy just spoken. His reflection shimmered faintly in the mirrored core of the ancient device. And then he spoke, quietly, to no one yet to everything. We'll see if your rebirth ends in fire, or silence. As Anakin stood in the cold shadow of the ancient Ricketan machine, a low snarl echoed through the massive chamber, guttural, bestial, and hungry. The sound multiplied, reverberating off the walls like a war drum. Then, from the far corners of the chamber and the dark vents in the walls, they came. Dozens, no, hundreds of creatures surged forth. Twisted remnants of once living beings, their flesh warped into unnatural forms by the Ricketan's ancient technology. Their skin was mottled, grey-green, stretched too tight over bones. Glowing veins pulsed with a sickly bioluminescence as they screeched, charging toward Anakin like a tidal wave of madness. Anakin exhaled slowly. With a snap hiss, his twin blades ignited, one blue, one red, casting an ethereal light across the metallic floor. He didn't hesitate. He launched forward like a phantom of death. His blue saber swept right, severing two throats in one stroke. His red blade followed, cleaving through chitinous bone and flesh with brutal precision. He spun low, the wind from his movement kicking up the dust and ash as he swept his saber behind him, slicing through a line of attackers closing in from the rear. A hulking creature leapt from an upper ledge, claws extended and jaws split wide. Anakin looked up, eyes flashing beneath his hood. With the flick of two fingers, he caught the beast midair with the force and hurled it into a wall. It crumpled like a broken puppet. The horde didn't falter. They swarmed. Anakin's footwork became a blur, every step deliberate, every movement fluid. He ducked beneath a swinging arm, stepped between two attackers, and rammed both lightsabers outward, skewering them simultaneously. Their corpses dropped, twitching. More creatures poured in, clawing, snarling, overwhelming. Anakin gritted his teeth, lifted his hand, and released a deafening roar of purple force lightning. The energy erupted from his fingertips in a jagged web, electrifying the air and incinerating dozens in a single blast. Their screams rose in unison, then were silenced as their bodies were reduced to charred husks. The floor was slick with blood and scorched remains. Still, they came. One of the larger abominations, a towering brute with a fused metal spine and 3 arms, charged Anakin with unnatural speed. It swung a jagged cleaver of bone. Anakin ducked, rolled beneath the swing, and came up behind it. In one motion, he severed all 3 arms and cleaved the head from its body. It collapsed, shuddering. He was breathing hard now, not from fatigue but from the rising heat of battle. His rage focused, honed. His power growing. Anakin lifted his red blade high and brought it crashing down into the ground. A tremor burst outward in a shockwave of raw kinetic force. Creatures were hurled into the air like ragdolls, bones snapping as they struck the walls. The wave pulsed outward, flattening everything in a 15-meter radius. Anakin straightened, steam rising from his armor. The snarling was fading now, replaced by silence. Smoldering corpses littered the floor, and the shadows no longer moved. Anakin stood among the ruins of flesh and metal, twin sabers hissing softly in the dim chamber. He slowly deactivated them. "Is that all?" he muttered, voice calm, eyes still burning with fury. Then the ancient machine behind him groaned, and a deep hum of power pulsed through the floor. The imprisoned one was stirring again. And Anakin was far from done. The towering projection of the imprisoned one flickered to life once more, its image towering above the ruined chamber, half ghost, half god, wrapped in dying energy. Anakin raised his crimson blade, its hum cutting through the heavy silence like a death knell. His expression was cold, focused. Is that all you've got? The Ricketan's image wavered, visibly weakening. Sparks of blue energy cascaded from nearby conduits as the ancient machinery around the chamber buckled under strain. No more, the imprisoned one rasped, voice low and trembling. Let the destruction end, now. I believed the information in the Cherka archives had prepared me for this confrontation. A pause. I was mistaken. Its voice, though warped and ancient, carried the weight of centuries. My species, too, once manipulated the Force before it was even named such. But your Empire, your Sith, you have molded life's own essence into a brutal, unforgiving weapon. A faint ripple of emotion passed through the projection. I acknowledge my defeat. Anakin smirked, tilting his head as his saber remained raised and ready. You want to say anything else before I destroy you? A note of desperation crept into the imprisoned being's voice. A final offer. My fate, the fate of the infinite empire, now lies within your control. You may strike me down, erase me from existence, or bring me before your masters. Its tone grew more persuasive. Let me aid them. In surrender, I offer gifts, secrets, technologies beyond imagination. Devices that shape stars, that bend flesh, that make empires eternal. Anakin laughed. A cold, mirthless sound. Like I'd trust you. You've lived too long already. The Ricketan's mask of calm shattered. No, no. Impossible. You primitive thing, you cannot destroy me. I deny this. Its form rippled chaotically, the illusion breaking apart. The whiteness will protect me. The infinite empire will be reborn. With no more words, no more mercy, Anakin stepped forward and delivered a brutal, cleaving strike. His crimson blade tore through the heart of the prison device. The room screamed. The Ricketan let out one final wail. Rage, fear, and agony rolled into a psychic howl that echoed for miles before it vanished in a burst of blinding light. Machinery ruptured, conduits exploded, flames and sparks dancing wildly through the collapsing chamber. Anakin turned his back to the destruction. He pulled up his hood, casting his face into shadow, and walked through the inferno with deliberate calm, his silhouette cutting a path through flame and debris. What remained of the ancient prison crumbled behind him. Back at the Imperial Research Center, Captain Gola stood waiting with Hell at his side. The heat shimmered off the durasteel platforms. Alarms had long since gone quiet, but tension still lingered in the air. "My lord, you're back," Gola said, surprised but visibly relieved. "I wasn't expecting you to be so quick." Hell stepped forward, awe in his voice. "Your power is impressive, even among the Sith." Gola added, "I'm sure you'd prefer to rest, but if I may ask, did you find the artifact?" Anakin approached, his voice calm, distant. "You could say that. I found a creature, a Rakata trapped inside one of the devices. It's been buried beneath the desert for 20,000 years." Gola's eyes widened. "Could you communicate with it? Can we still speak to it?" Anakin replied with a sardonic smile. "Apparently, 20 millennia in isolation is enough to shatter any mind. It had delusions of empire. I destroyed it." Gola lowered his gaze. "I understand. I've heard the stories, ancient droids, forgotten colonies, it never ends well. Still, we have one artifact intact. And Cherka's records. It's a victory if not one for the history books." A silence passed, then Gola added, "With Darth Sildhar gone, I'm in charge now. If you ever need our help, you know where to find me." Anakin nodded once. "It was a pleasure working with you. You're not without skill, Captain. I'll remember your offer." "You're too kind, my lord," Gola said, a rare flicker of respect in his tone. "Safe journeys. And be careful, this galaxy has a lot of old secrets. Once you start seeing them, they tend to start looking back." Anakin left without another word. He traveled alone through the Forbidden Pass, a scar across the face of the desert carved by time and myth. Winds howled around him, filled with the shriek of sand and the ghost whispers of the past. The sun burned overhead like a divine eye. But Anakin walked with quiet determination, undaunted, unstoppable. This was nothing. He had faced worse. At last, tucked between two jagged cliff faces, a small hut came into view, simple, weather-worn, nearly consumed by the dunes. Anakin entered. Inside, shadows danced over a small hearth. There, seated in the dim light, was a younger Jedi, bearded, lean, his expression wary, and beside him, an old human male with skin like sun-baked leather and eyes that had seen centuries. The Jedi Master turned slowly toward him. And the Force shifted. The younger Jedi stepped forward, his stance firm, voice taut with conviction. "Master Yonlach, the Sith you've been tracking is upon us. Retreat to safety. I will take the intruder on." His green lightsaber hissed to life with a sharp snap hiss, its glow reflecting the determination etched into his face. But Master Yonlach extended a hand to stop him. "No, Yuli. Control your feelings. Stand at my side. I will face this trespasser." Anakin entered the hut slowly, his hood casting a long shadow across his face. He stopped only a few paces away from them, exuding a quiet, powerful menace. Yonlach stepped forward with a steely calm. "Come no farther, Sith. I have been aware of your pilgrimage here. You are a fascinating and contradictory example of your order. But then again, you were once in our ranks. That makes you more dangerous." He studied Anakin, eyes narrowing. "I know why you've come. Master Nomen Carr's Padawan threatens you somehow. You seek to flush her into the open and silence her." Anakin let out a dark laugh, the sound low and cold. "Threatens me? No. But I'll see to it she never breathes another word." Yonlach's jaw tightened. A deep, unwavering resolve settled over him. "I will not allow it. I won't be the cause of her exposure. She came to me for guidance, and the bond we struck was the most profound of my life. We are psychically linked, she and I have already warned her about you. She will not fail for your manipulations." Anakin tilted his head slightly, his voice laced with amusement. "Not very Jedi-like of you, Master Yonlach. But I have my mission. Your death will cry out to her." Without another word, Yuli lunged with a sharp cry, bringing his lightsaber down in a vertical slash. But Anakin was already in motion, twin blades, one crimson, one sapphire, flashing into existence with a twin snap hiss. He caught the blow mid-air, locking sabers with the young Jedi, their blades crackling violently. Yonlach's voice rang with urgency and resolve. "Give no quarter, Yuli. We fight to defend Nomen Carr's Padawan." Anakin's movements were a blur of crimson and cerulean light. With a sharp twist of his body and a burst of the Force, he threw Yuli backward with brutal efficiency. The Jedi Knight was sent crashing into the hut's stone wall, shattering a support beam and collapsing part of the structure. Dust clouded the air as Anakin surged forward, his twin blades igniting in unison, a glowing red and a radiant blue casting wild shadows across the desert floor. Yonlach was already in motion, intercepting with a precise arc of his yellow saber. Anakin met it with both blades, the clash erupting in a thunderous hiss as energy crackled and danced between them. Sparks flew with every parry and strike, their duel a whirlwind of fury and precision. Yuli, coughing through grit and pain, recovered and rejoined the fray, striking from the flank to corner Anakin between them. But the Sith was relentless. He twisted low, dodging a swipe from Yuli, then launched himself into the air, flipping over both Jedi and landing behind them. With a violent push of the Force, he sent a shockwave that hurled the two defenders out of the hut and into the open sands beyond. They tumbled across the dunes, robes billowing like dying flags in the wind. Yonlach's face twisted with determination as he rose to one knee. "Enough of this, Sith," he growled, extending his hand to the horizon. "I will stop you here and now." The ground trembled. Anakin felt the shift in the Force before he saw it. The presence was ancient, Primal. A guttural roar shattered the desert silence as a massive krayt dragon emerged from behind a jagged ridge, its scales the color of scorched ivory, its eyes like molten gold. Sand cascaded off its ridged back as it rose to its full, towering height, each thunderous step shaking the earth. It bellowed again, the sound a dreadful symphony of death. Anakin's eyes narrowed, a wicked grin pulling at the corners of his lips. "That's the spirit," he barked, his voice crackling with anticipation. "But it won't save you, or the Padawan." With the pulse of the Force, he leapt toward the beast, using the dragon's scaled hide as a temporary battlefield. The Jedi charged as well, Jan Lach maintaining his control over the krayt dragon with fierce concentration while Yuli attacked Anakin directly. Blades clashed again upon the dragon's back, the beast thrashing in rage, unable to shake the three warriors locked in combat. Anakin spun beneath Yuli's strike and retaliated with a brutal backhanded slice that shattered the knight's guard and sent him sprawling across the beast's spine. Jan Lach responded with a flurry of Form 3, precise and defensive, attempting to wear Anakin down. But Anakin was too fast. He unleashed a devastating combination, red blade striking high, blue blade sweeping low, forcing Jan Lach into a defensive stance. Then, without warning, he deactivated both sabers, ducked beneath Jan Lach's swing, and ignited them mid-spin, slicing into Jan Lach's leg and forcing the Jedi Master to collapse to the dragon's shoulder, grunting in pain. With a final, thunderous command of the Force, Anakin struck the krayt dragon in the temple with a telekinetic blow. The beast screamed in agony and crumpled to the ground, throwing all three combatants down into the sand below. Anakin landed on his feet, the impact absorbed through Rawal and training. The Jedi did not. Yuli crawled, one arm dislocated, a gash seeping crimson across his brow. Jan Lach tried to rise but his injured leg gave out, forcing him to kneel. Their lightsabers were buried somewhere in the sand. Their breathing was ragged, pained. Anakin stood over them, twin blades humming menacingly in his hands, his black cloak whipping in the desert wind. His voice was ice. "You both fought well, but your strength was never enough." He deactivated his blades, letting the silence settle like a burial shroud over the battlefield. "I need answers," he said coldly. "And you're going to give them to me." But the dragon wasn't dead yet. The sand quaked beneath Anakin's boots. A low, guttural rumble grew into a crescendo of fury. The krayt dragon, bleeding from its temple but far from finished, reared back with a defiant roar that rolled across the canyon like thunder. Blood streamed from its wounds, thick, black ichor sizzling against the hot sands, but survival was etched into its monstrous bones. The beast refused to die quietly. Anakin had only seconds to react. With a violent lurch, the dragon snapped its tail like a battering ram, sweeping a wall of sand and rock into the air. It struck Anakin like a freight train. He was flung backward, his body crashing through a jagged boulder and tumbling across the dunes in a cloud of dust and debris. Yuli, half conscious, blinked as the wind was knocked from his lungs. Jan Lach's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's still connected to me, but it's feral now," he muttered through gritted teeth. "I can't hold it." The krayt dragon descended into a berserker frenzy, its eyes wild with pain and hatred. It slammed its claws into the earth and surged forward, charging directly at the fallen Anakin with a savage screech that echoed through the canyons. But Anakin rose slowly, deliberately, his cloak torn and face bloodied, yet his stare remained cold. Focused. Alive. He extended his hand, and with a wrenching screech of metal, his twin sabers flew from where they'd fallen into the sand, slapping back into his grip. "You should have stayed down, beast," he growled, voice low and venomous. As the dragon lunged, its jaws snapping open wide enough to swallow a speeder whole, Anakin leapt straight into its maw. Time seemed to slow. He twisted through the air, sabers a whirl of lethal light. The inside of the dragon's mouth became a graveyard of shredded flesh and cauterized muscle. Anakin plunged his blue blade into the roof of its mouth and drove the red saber downward, severing muscle and tendon with practiced fury. The krayt dragon shrieked in agony, rearing back, blood geysering from its jaws. Anakin kicked off one of its teeth and launched himself backward, flipping through the air and landing in a crouch just as the beast collapsed forward, its head crashing into the sand with a tremor that rolled across the dune fields. It was breathing still but barely. Broken, dying. Jan Lach tried to wrest back control, hand extended, but the connection had snapped. The dragon's mind had receded into primal instinct, no longer responding to him. Still, he staggered forward, even as his leg gave out again. No. Stand down, damn you. But it was over. Anakin walked toward the dying creature and pressed a hand to its fractured skull. He closed his eyes and unleashed a final, focused burst of dark side power directly into the beast's neural core. The dragon spasmed once, its limbs jerking in wild angles, then slumped in total stillness. The silence that followed was absolute. Only the wind remained, whistling through the ruins of the fight. Yuli groaned, dragging himself across the sand with his one good arm. Jan Lach fell to his knees beside him, sweat soaking through his robes, his face pale with exertion. Anakin stood between them, a god of war cloaked in ruin. "You brought a dragon to kill me," he said, tone darkly amused. "Instead, you watched it die, and lived long enough to lose everything else." He looked down at their battered forms, sabers once more ignited. "Now," Anakin said, his voice a cold blade cutting through the heavy silence, "we're going to talk. And if you lie, if you even hesitate, I'll bury you both beneath what's left of your monster." The air around them trembled with tension, thick with sweat, blood, and scorched ozone. Yoli's chest heaved, eyes darting between the collapsed form of Master Jan Lach and the Sith looming over them. Finally, the younger Jedi cracked under the pressure. "Stop!" Yoli cried, his voice raw with desperation. "Hold your weapon, Sith, I beg you." Jan Lach's voice roared in protest. "Yoli, stay your tongue." But Yoli shook his head, face contorted in anguish. "No. She is just a Padawan. You are a great master. I must bargain for your life." His saber lost in the sand, Yoli lowered his trembling hands in supplication. "Sith. I'll tell you everything I know. Just spare Master Jan Lach." Anakin's eyes narrowed, and a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. "Your devotion is remarkable." Yoli turned to his master, eyes glassy with regret. "I'm sorry, Master Jan Lach, but I must do this." He swallowed hard, voice cracking as he revealed, "Master Carr took Jasa from here, he continues her training on." A sudden ripple surged through the force. Jan Lach's hand shot up, his voice sharp and commanding, woven with ancient mental techniques. "Yoli! You have no recollection of the Padawan this Sith seeks." Yoli's body jerked as the force gripped his mind. His pupils dilated, his voice became distant, vacant. "I have no recollection of the Padawan this Sith seeks." Jan Lach stepped forward, placing a hand on his apprentice's head. "Now, sleep." With a soft gasp, Yoli collapsed into the sand, unconscious. His body was still, but his face twitched, fragments of will fighting against the intrusion. Jan Lach turned to Anakin, his expression pained but composed. "I do not relish wiping Yoli's mind like that. But his feelings for me clouded his judgment." Anakin chuckled, dark and mocking. "Don't try that sorcerer's nonsense on me, Jedi. It simply wouldn't work." Jan Lach offered a slight nod, acknowledging the truth. "Believe me, I would if I didn't sense it would be futile. You are difficult to read." He paused, then added with a reverent, almost mournful weight, "Jasa is special. Her power is unprecedented. If left untouched by the likes of you, traitor, she could lead the Jedi to greatness." Anakin threw his head back and laughed, the sound echoing unnaturally across the dunes. "Really? You claim to understand, but you're as blind as the rest of your order. You're filled with assumptions, Jan Lach. I don't seek to harm her." Jan Lach's eyes narrowed, voice steel and sorrow. I know you're kind, Sith. You twist the truth like poison silk, wrapping it around weakness until the soul suffocates. I must err on the side of caution. He stood tall, blood staining his robes, yet his back straightened with final resolve. You may know her name, but that's all you'll get here. So, strike me down. I will find serenity in death. I will ensure Jasa senses only peace when the end comes. Anakin's eyes burned brighter at the challenge. So be it. Then your death will echo in her mind, and wound her deeply. Without hesitation, Anakin ignited his crimson blade. There was no mercy in his movement, only swift, precise finality. The hiss of the saber filled the air, followed by the heavy silence of death. Yan Lach collapsed into the sand, a peaceful expression frozen on his face, a final act of defiance, even in defeat. Anakin stood over the fallen Jedi, breathing slow and even. He lowered his blade, the hum vanishing into the wind. With his cloak billowing around him like a shadow made flesh, he pulled up his hood and turned away. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long, blood-red rays across the desert as Anakin disappeared into the shifting sands, leaving death, silence, and unfinished prophecy in his wake. Time skip night. The fire crackled low inside the cave, its flickering light casting dancing shadows on the rough sandstone walls. Anakin sat cross-legged before the flames, his cloak draped around his broad shoulders. Outside, the Tatooine sandstorm howled like a wounded beast, dust scraping against stone like dry whispers of ghosts. The storm had driven all life into hiding. Then, footsteps soft but confident echoed through the narrow entrance of the cave. Anakin's eyes lifted, already knowing who it was before she stepped fully into view. So, he murmured, a half-smile tugging at his lips, you came here to rest, and to escape the sandstorm. The figure approached, her silhouette framed by the orange glow of the firelight. As she stepped closer, the flames revealed her face. Nox. Her crimson and black armor was dusted with sand, but her eyes gleamed with triumph. She let out a soft chuckle as she sank to the ground beside him. Yes, and I got the artifact. One more to go. Anakin nodded, the corner of his mouth curling up. That's great to hear. Nox studied him for a moment, her expression shifting from victory to concern. I see you've been busy. Want to talk about it? Anakin was silent for a moment. The fire cracked again. He stared into it, watching sparks drift upward like lost memories before finally speaking. You know. I actually have something to tell you. Something I should have said a long time ago. Nox tilted her head, intrigued. Anakin, you can tell me anything. I won't judge. I'm here for you. He sighed, rubbing a hand across his face. All right, but this is going to sound insane. She leaned in, eyes attentive. Try me. I'm not from this time, Anakin said slowly. I'm from the future. Roughly 3,600 years from now. Nox blinked. You're joking. I'm not. No way, she whispered, lips parting slightly. You're from the future? If that's true, then I should be a dead husk buried in some Sith tomb. Anakin said nothing, but his eyes locked with hers, calm, unwavering, and filled with truth. Nox stared at him for a long beat, stunned silence hanging in the air. Then she whispered, You're not joking, are you? She leaned back, breath shallow. I've got so many questions. Like, how the hell are you even here? Why? What happened to me? No, wait. Don't tell me that part. I want it to be a surprise. Her voice dropped to a softer register. What I do want to know is what happened to you. The real you. Anakin chuckled, the sound low and weathered. Slow down. First, how I got here? Some being brought me. I don't know who, or why. As for my story. He looked into the fire again. It's a long one. Nox gave a confident nod. Then I want to hear it all. Anakin's voice grew softer, more distant, as he began. I was born a slave, on this very planet. Sold alongside my mother to a cruel Hutt lord. She was abusive, vindictive in the worst ways. Eventually, a junk dealer named Watto won us in a bet. He was better, but still a monster in his own right. He told her everything: the pod races, the Jedi, Obi-Wan, his rise and fall. He told her of the Clone Wars, of betrayal, of the Jedi Council's blindness. Of Palpatine. Of Padme. Of love lost, and trust shattered. Nox said nothing. But when the tale ended, she leaned forward and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into a quiet, firm embrace. I had no idea, she whispered against his chest. What you went through. How everyone treated you. Those bastards nearly killing your Padawan, stopping you from saving your mother. She clenched her fists against his back. And Padme, what she did with that worm Clovis, that wasn't right. She never truly understood you. Never supported you when it mattered. I'm glad you left her. I'm so sorry about your child's death, that miscarriage. Your child deserved better. Anakin sat still, surprised by the warmth of her words, the fire of her loyalty. You really tried, she said, pulling back to look at him. You gave everything. And they all left you. Or stabbed you in the back. I swear to you, Anakin, I won't. You have my word. He didn't know what he had expected from this confession. But her reaction comforted him. Thank you for understanding. You and Rex might be the only ones I truly trust. She smirked and gave him a playful smack on the back. No problem. Just remember, I'm the only one who knows the truth. So consider me your personal Back to the Future guide. I'll make your stay here as comfortable as possible. Anakin chuckled. You've already lifted my spirits. I'll be counting on you. Their eyes met and lingered. A sudden shift in Nox's expression, from amusement to something softer, bolder. Is that so? She whispered. Then maybe it's time I show you how comfortable I can make it. And before he could answer, she leaned in and pressed her lips to his. Anakin blinked, stunned, but then his eyes drifted shut as he returned the kiss, deepening it. The fire crackled. The storm howled beyond the cave. Tatooine's twin moons glowed in the sky, casting silver light over the desert. This would be a long night. And somewhere, watching from the shadows of the Force, a ghostly figure grinned beneath his spectral mask. Well done, flesh of my flesh, came the voice of the ancient Darth Calig, echoing with dark pride. The Calig lineage continues, and I approve of my son-in-law. With a final hum of satisfaction, the spirit faded into the night. With another part complete, the story is now in full swing. If you have any thoughts, feel free to leave them in the comments, I'll be reading them. As always, if there's enough support, I'll move forward with part 3. Your engagement lets me know how many of you are eager to see this series continue, so if you're interested, make your voice heard. I've written over 39,000 words for this part alone, so future uploads may take some time as I'll be away from my PC for a while. For those curious, the entire series so far has reached over 125,000 words and 750,000 characters, and it's still growing.